Hello everybody. Welcome aboard. The Zoom waiting room is open. So you'll be in the waiting room if you're connected now. It's probably going to be a couple minutes before I start letting people in. I see that Josh Kinder is there. Oh, let's see. I got to put this on because I'm not hearing doorbells. Oh, there's a doorbell. So this thing is working as opposed to last week. Yeah. Ay, caramba. I've been interacting in the chat room, saying hello to people, so I'm just going to catch up with the very last parts of it. Oh, I haven't popped out chat yet. Go do that. Pop out chat and make it bigger, and then separate out the YouTube video so I can put it over in my monitoring corner. There we go. Bring chat back up, bring it on screen. And where's picture in picture? Oh, this one. There we go. Hi, I'm still here. I know that there's been some people have shown up in chat since my last comment. Here, when I see it in yellow, that's the last thing I put in. And so then there's, Ken Stout. Hello to you. Ida and Kenny Whidden. I think I'd already said hello to Ida. Good to see you all here. And there's Dennis, DDT 2005. He says, where's Panama? Well, Dennis, use your GPS and ask where am I right now, because that's where you live if you're having trouble finding it. Ida says she needs some glasses. So I met my little pre-show today with cleaning my glasses. Catherine Anna Hauserman, hello. Greg Guy, hello. Yeah, and let's see, nothing yet. Oh, that's chit chat between people saying hello to each other. That's awesome. Jonathan Fazani, hello. I think I said hello to you earlier in chat. Yes, I'm okay after a sudden glucose. So that's chit chat between them, checking in with each other. Tony says AV DVR, good. Thank you. I neglected to ask that. And I'll put the watch down on the table. That was because, well, I don't even know with this new iPhone if that's relevant anymore. That was so that, because if I was wearing the chat and somebody wearing the watch, if I was wearing the watch and one of the two people who have my cell phone number to alert me to something that's going wrong with the stream, if they send a text message to me and I have the watch on, then the watch just vibrates and I typically won't. That won't get my attention. So if the watch is down on the table, I should get a chime from the phone. Alan Barsness, hello to you. Where did I lead off? Speedy C, I think I said hello. Let's see, Ken and Dennis again. William Dawson, hello from Cocoa, Florida. I always want to pronounce that Cocoa. Not sure why. And people visiting with each other. And I'll triple click that one so I know where I left off. So yeah, let's go ahead and bring some people into Zoom. I see there's 4 people waiting until, well, actually, I think there's only 3. To do that, I'll switch over here to the Zoom meeting. Yeah, I need to fix this little piece, don't I? Do it from, do I want to do it on this one? On that one, yeah. And do that, there we go. And then bring the people in from the waiting room. Going to do that. And that, I'm actually clicking them in individually. As we go on, you'll probably come to figure why. And still clicking, bringing people in, and then bring them up on screen. Here we go.
Hey, Doug.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hey, Jeff.
Good morning. Good morning, Jeff.
Morning.
Jeff. I tried to mix the name Jeff and Josh together. It didn't work well. Hi, Catherine. And then Alex.
Hi, Doug.
Hi. And Chris. Hello.
Hey.
And Josh has almost got his camera positioned right. Wearing a Penguins t-shirt, I think. Yeah, sure enough.
What, are you a Linux fan? Wearing a penguin?
Oh, yeah. What is that? Is that a distribution, a Linux distribution or something?
No,
That's
but the
the
penguin
mascot
is
for
the
Linux.
sort of the symbol for Linux.
Oh, okay.
At least in
know
some
that.
quarters.
Doug,
Yes, Catherine.
the penguin is like the Unix Linux mascot. You know,
Okay.
it's like that.
All right.
So if you wear a penguin on your shirt, yeah, people may think that you like either penguins or you like Linux or Unix, like these systems.
Yeah,
So
I don't
just-
recall hearing Josh talk about Linux. So Josh, why the Penguins shirt?
I'm a Penguin guy.
You're a Penguin guy. Okay.
It's a
Just for
hockey
Penguin
team.
Hockey team.
Oh, you're a hockey fan. Okay. I was starting to picture you kind of waddling around like a penguin because your feet are kind of
Nah.
slashed together. All right, let's see what's going on over here with chat. There's my last chat highlight. And then Catherine, send an email so we can add you. Oh, didn't I add? Oh, did I not add you in yet? Panama. Oh, I'm sorry, Dennis. Yeah, I do think I forgot that. So here I'm going to fix that. Alexa, set alarm called Dennis Google Earth. Didn't work. Alexa, set timer called Dennis Google Earth.
For how long?
4 hours.
What, Mapaka?
Dennis Google Earth timer. 4 hours. Starting now.
There we go. That'll do it.
Doug started the stream and I'm redoing Windows.
Let's see. I was about to mute Josh, but it sounds like his conversation is over. All right. Catching up in chat. Darren is saying hello, and I've said hello to him before. Send an email, Dennis. Yeah, I already have Dennis's email. I just forgot to do it this last week. Let's watch how you go, Chris. Like in trouble. Doug's still at lunch. Pittsburgh Penguins hockey. Thought he made a note of it last week. I did. I just forgot to do it. My bad. Better penguin than a bullfrog. Costanza the mage. Hello. And sympathies to Jeff on his recent loss. So coming back to, no, there's not somebody else waiting in Zoom, but I didn't turn off the participants window. Go do that. Did anybody know notice whose name was written on that piece of paper that I had displayed with my glasses?
No.
Nope.
Did not notice. It was Jason Laster. Who remembers Jason Laster? From our
He's the one that was going to start a computer business.
That's right. That's right. And
yes, Jason.
Yeah.
Caribbean?
No, Caribbean was Bertland Hope.
Oh, okay.
And Jason was in the U.S. And where was it? Well, he's on the Google Earth thing, I'm sure. He's in one of the southern states to justify his accent. So anyway, I got an email from him a few weeks ago, I think it was. Let's see, March 28th, and I forgot to. I was going to bring it up on a Saturday session, and I neglected it. I don't think I ever mentioned it. So let's punch over here to Baby Beast, where I have that up. Wow, that was impressive. Was that Jeff?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Those late night parties you're doing, I don't know. They're catching up with you, old man. So he says here, hey, long time
Grandchildren
no-
catching up with me.
All right.
iPhone.
I was surprised. Ken left Zoom early last night, and once he leaves, everybody else leaves. Everybody else leaves the Zoom, and
Oh.
Josh fell asleep. Usually, me and him were talking later, at least a couple hours, and he fell asleep. And so
Josh fell asleep while you were talking to him?
while he
Right?
was on Zoom, he fell asleep, and then he texts me later and says, "I'm sorry, I fell asleep."
All right. So here's what Jason has to say. Hey, long time no see. I'd like to give you an update on what I've accomplished. I'm starting to get out there doing PC work. Was able to pull off a full start to finish build for a guy. It's mostly an Asus build I did for him. I'll be uploading some videos with a parts list when I get the chance. This guy came to me wanting a good setup to game on, and it lasts a while. So I quoted him some different stuff like cases, specs, etc. What started out as an upgrade turned into him wanting a whole new setup. Let's see, this one. Now a couple people he knows that's seen it is thinking about having me do something like that for them. It's been a slow-going process, but it's getting somewhere now. I look forward to doing some more live streams with you in the near future. So that was from Jason. Good to hear from him.
Okay. Yes, good. Good. It's picking up. It's good.
Yep. Picking up some work here and there. He was still in, I believe, the construction industry and has really not been in computers much and is just kind of learning them as he goes and providing assistance to people. He's in a small town, and so that helps with him getting customers, I think.
But that's the best way to learn anything. Anyway, if you can make your own experience, because
That's
it
right.
sticks better in your brain.
Oh, there, Ken Stout is telling us that it's Tennessee
Hold on.
is where he is.
Yes, I said Tennessee too, but you were not listening, and that's yeah.
Well, Catherine, you know I never listen to you.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I have to talk loud to you.
I said Tennessee too, but my mic was muted.
Yeah, well, I think my mind wasn't really there to be listening yet anyway. So, let's see what else we got here in chat. I think we're all caught up. Yep, good enough. So let me go bring up the description of this video today and get into our topics. Here we go. And bring that up here. That's going to start doing the picture-in-picture thing if I leave it there. So I'm going to scroll down to the description below the video. The symptom description on the laptop from last Saturday is more refined now. See below, I have a fan controller issue with Big Beast build. I intend to describe and show that during today's live stream. So those are the main two things. And before Josh asks me again, yes, Josh, we'll set up your remote connection today. I have developed more information for the HP Envy laptop. This is the serial number from last Saturday's show. After the show, I did more work on it and thought I had resolved the issue by removing a junkware driver updater program and performing an upgrade install of Windows 10. Now, the reason why I thought that worked is because I couldn't get the symptom to repeat again. And it felt like it was being pretty reproducible. I returned the computer to the owner, and on his first attempt to use it, the lockup symptom returned. I have performed a nuke and pave. I deleted the existing partitions and performed a fresh install of Windows 10 with a local admin account. Windows updates completed without trouble. While installing Microsoft 365, it locked up with exactly the same symptom, meaning the caps lock key did not respond, the mouse would not respond, the keyboard would not respond. So I had to hold down the power button to shut it off. I have found the lockup symptoms only occur when an HDMI cable is not connected to the laptop. And I had noticed that last week during the live stream. That appeared to be the case. When an HDMI cable is connected to the laptop for my capture device, I have never experienced a lockup. I will try to demonstrate both circumstances during the live stream. And then this down here is a link to the HP site for this computer. And I think it was Wintermute pointed out in chat that this was a BTO computer, build to order, which means that serial number isn't reliable for how the computer is actually equipped. So a question that came up, I think it was from Shavin Manor, asked if it had a discrete graphics card. And I hadn't even looked yet, and I did not look in response to his question because that's what this show is about, going through the troubleshooting and diagnostics together. All right. So I think three things that I'll call the main. There's this laptop, the big beast build with the fan controller issue, and getting Josh's remote connection set up again. I don't think you actually have any issues today, do you, Josh? You're muted.
No, I'm good for now.
Okay, thanks for muting yourself because you do have conversations come up in your room once in a while, so it's useful for you to have yourself muted.
That was my wife talking to me in the background as I'm sitting here redoing Windows.
I know her name. I know her name. Oh, I know. No. Natasha. Yes. Yeah. Tell her I said hi.
Will do.
All right. So let's go back to chat, see if people have specific questions about this laptop, and we'll go for the laptop first. And scanning through these, if you want to catch my attention, it's very helpful to hit me in orange like Bob Connors did. So hello, Bob. And if new people show up in the chat that I haven't caught yet, I might be missing you too. So saying hello to me and hitting me in orange will catch my eyes so that I can say hello to you. Jim says he's all caught up. He'll be there shortly. He typically gets in a little bit after the show starts and catches up with the DVR mode and playing it in faster speed. If you hold down the shift key and press the period key while you're watching a YouTube video, it'll speed up to 1.25. And then if you do shift period again, that'll go to 1.5 speed. And then the next step, I think, is 1.75 or 2 or double speed. And I think it goes up a couple notches from there. Oh, Spice Girls. All right, so we're caught up here. Iowa Hank, hello to you. I think we learned before your name actually is Hank. So, hello, Hank.
Doug,
Now, yes, Catherine.
what is the model number of the HP? Because you said that this is the serial number, but it may not help much.
All right. Well, when it doesn't help, my experience has been that you'll get a prompt on the HP site for what model is it. So let's go take a look at that. I'll go here to hp.com. Then I gotta check and make sure my clipboard buffer is clean. Oh,
You know what my HP site says? Sorry, no results found.
oh really? Well, I found results. So
and
let me
then
go.
it lists everything that it wants to list. Like
All right.
monitor, VR, Chromebook, tank printers, business printers, 3D printing, large format printers. It's the whole list.
Okay. We'll bring it up on screen. And I'm gonna let Jim into Zoom and then turn off the waiting room. Close participants and security. Remove the check mark for enable waiting room. There we go. So I'll go back to capture this serial number. Here it is. I'll double click on it, highlights that, Control C for copy, come over here to hp.com, go to support, and then software and drivers, and then laptop, and then paste the serial number in here and click submit. So this brought us to this HP NV 17T-AE100 CTO. That would be the model number. The CTO is configured to order. Yeah.
Yes.
So that doesn't give you a lot of information about it. And I didn't look further. When it came up to here, I just stopped looking because I was busy with other things on my mind. So now there's no question in here from HP about the model number. Now I went into software and drivers. If I go to, well, no, manuals is probably not going to be anything more specific either. I think we need to actually just get whatever else we want from it directly from the computer, because it's a configure to order. So even a model number is not going to give you the accurate details. This would have been a computer where we went to the HP website and chose the specific components that we want in the computer, and then they build the computer and ship it out. So let's go to the computer itself. So I have it right here next to me. I have the HDMI cable connected to my StarTech number 2. And so this brings it up on screen, and this brings our picture-in-picture. So, and then I can move the mouse for that over this way so that I can click on that computer while I'm facing this way. Go to Device Manager. Now this is after a nuke and pave, or I deleted all the existing partitions, did a fresh install of Windows, let the Windows updates run through their course, and then the next thing I did was trying to install Microsoft 365. Let's go to display adapters, see what we've got here. NVIDIA GeForce MX150. So there's the discrete graphics card. Now, when I connect the HDMI cable, as usual and as expected, the screen flickers and goes back to its standalone display. When I reconnect the cable, then it flickers again and comes to this display. And I think there's probably been 6 to 8 times that I have experienced the lockups, always without an HDMI cable connected. And I've done a significant amount of time with the computer with the cable connected and never had a lockup. And as a matter of fact, connecting the HDMI cable will get me out of a repeating lockup sequence, meaning before connecting the cable, when I get to the lockup symptom, if I restart the computer, it fails. Restart the computer, it fails. Restart the computer, it fails. Now it'll fail when it gets to the login screen, or sometimes it'll let me put in the PIN code and get to the desktop and then lock up. And if I have to hold down the power button to force it off 3 times in a row, then I get into that blue screen troubleshooting offering that I put into the thumbnail. And I've never actually needed to do the troubleshooting. I just click on restart with the HDMI cable connected, and it will start up. Who's got a question or a proposal of where we turn next?
Hey, Doug, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
In Device Manager, it showed you have integrated graphics and a separate graphics card, right?
Right.
Which one are you hooking the HDMI cable to? I mean, which graphics are you using for all of the testing?
An interesting question. I haven't even considered if there is a way to select that as far as which one, because there's only one HDMI port. My assumption would be that would be the NVIDIA. If I want to specifically use the onboard graphics, I think all I could do is disable the NVIDIA
Okay, yeah.
in order to force the Intel graphics.
Yeah, you'd have to do something in the BIOS then, I assume.
Well, I don't see why it would have to do that. If I disable it here, it's going to have to use the Intel graphics. I don't think I have to make any change in BIOS. It should automatically
Okay.
switch to it, I would think. But I haven't tested that. So if you know something about that.
No, I've never had a laptop with a graphics card. Although I've had a bunch of HPs. Always used integrated.
All right, Catherine?
You can, in the NVIDIA panel, there is an option where you can tell NVIDIA for each program which program it should use the dedicated GPU and which program it should use the Intel built-in GPU.
Okay.
But,
and I've come across that before, but I don't see how that applies to our troubleshooting right now because we have a basic Windows operating system is where it fails.
If you disable it in BIOS, as Jeff said, and I would, so you know, if you disable it in BIOS, there is no way it can switch. So if you disable the dedicated GPU in BIOS, you know exactly it will only stay on the Intel GPU. Yes, the built-in Intel GPU. So this might help you with the troubleshooting. Yes, because then you know at least where the error happens. Yes.
I'll buy that as a first step of disabling, rather than disabling from the Windows driver, is disable it in BIOS, because then Windows shouldn't even see that an NVIDIA device exists.
Exactly. So
that's good.
You can know securely that this device will not even be used. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you there. So would you like me to try to reproduce the symptom first? So you actually see the symptom.
Yes, we can do that.
I think it's worthy to have that documented on this video, so I'd like to do it.
So you said you did a fresh install.
Yes. Yes.
But since you did the fresh install, did you update the driver for the NVIDIA for the dedicated?
No, I have not. The only thing I've done is let Windows Update do its standard updates. I have not installed optional updates. However, I did do that before doing the nuke and pave on his prior system. Mm-hmm. So I'm not eager to go redo that when that already didn't solve the problem.
Yeah, because I asked, because if you do that and you did not use the DDU, then it might cause us an issue. Yes, this is why I asked.
All right. You lost me on DDU. What is DDU?
Yes, it's called display driver uninstaller download. So display driver uninstaller DDU, and I send you the link. And I send you the link if you like. So,
all right. So that's doing a clean uninstall of the display driver.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
And you have to put the laptop or the desktop. You have to run it in safe mode before you use the DDU.
Okay.
Yes.
That's down the road a little ways. That's down the road a little ways. So let's house on the details.
Did you like to have a minimalist setup, if you know what I mean, to do its work properly? Yes.
Okay.
So I sent the link.
Catherine, time out. You've made your point. We'll deal with that later if we go that road. Okay, I want to say hello to Zavi Manor. Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good morning. It's 11:30 everywhere around the world. Why do you call it evening?
No, it's not.
You're, for those who don't know, Zavi Manor is in Israel. Is it Holon, Israel?
Holon.
Holon? Okay.
Holon, yes.
Did you have comments before we start moving forward on this?
Catherine in the right direction.
Catherine,
you have to uninstall all the drivers. The Intel driver and the NVIDIA driver. First download the NVIDIA driver from the website of the HP.
Okay, time out. Time out. I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is more of what Catherine has just been going on about. I got the idea of that. We got a couple other things to go for first. With disabling the NVIDIA and seeing if we get a clean symptom, and I want to demonstrate the symptom.
Hey, Doug.
Okay.
It's gone.
Hang on a second, Josh. Josh, hang on a second. I'm still talking with Shavi. Did you have something else to add substantially important?
You are mistaken, but because you have to uninstall both of the drivers. There is a conflict between the two drivers. So you have to uninstall both of them and then install the NVIDIA. Afterwards, update from the Windows, the Intel driver.
Okay. Are you speaking from basic troubleshooting knowledge, or did your research turn up something specific about this model? Because, hang on. Hang on. Let me finish my thought, please. Please. A fresh install shouldn't be that complicated with drivers, unless there's something specific about this computer that is a known problem. You should be able to do a fresh install and have a reasonably well operating computer. Having to go through all these hurdles, all these hoops, should not be a part of dealing with a fresh install of Windows on a computer. Now, do you disagree with that?
This is combined machine because it's a different sort because there are two GPU on this machine. It's not and when Windows installed, Microsoft is take the default. It's not for this machine. In this machine, you have to do something else.
Okay, so you're saying for this machine you have to do.
If you are using only VGA mode, it's okay.
All right, that would make sense. But your position on this is from troubleshooting experiences rather than specific published information about this computer that you found out.
Not on this computer, but it's
okay.
a document from Dell. It is the same issue with the MX NVIDIA driver.
Okay, so you've seen the same issue with Dell computers, or you found it in research. I'm not sure whether it's your personal experience or research, but you found that on a particular model of Dell computer, a fresh install of Windows will not work right until you go through these hoops.
Yes.
All right. Good information. Thank you. Thank you for putting up with me driving deeper on your stance. So let me catch up with chat. Here's my last highlight.
Oh, Josh wanted to say something.
Oh, yes, Josh. Sorry, I forgot to get back to you.
Is that a AMD system or is that an Intel system?
Yeah, well, we'll bring that.
Intel.
Say again, Zavi?
Intel system.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Intel.
It's
Because if it
i7.
wasn't Intel, I was gonna say you could probably post a Cherry AMD updater utility and just have AMD have that utility go out and get all the AMD updates.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Josh. Yes, it is Intel, showing right here, i7 8550.
That information is no longer accurate, Josh. Kerry said in one of his previous videos, one of his recent previous videos, that AMD has since come out with their own driver updater, similar to what Kerry had already come up with. So there's really no need to purchase Kerry's tool anymore.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Okay, let's move on. Then here's my next in orange. Wintermute, did you update drivers manual and relay on Windows Update? After this fresh install, I just let Windows Update do its thing because I was spending minimal amount of my time on the computer at that point. And by the way, I think I told you that, yeah, in the description, I told you that I'd returned the computer to him. His first time attempting to use it was a couple days after I returned it to him. So he only called me indicating there was a problem with it. I think it was Thursday. So I got it back and just did this little bit that I've told you so far. Skipping over some others here. Chris says, I was not even paying attention to Zoom. Sorry, my ADHD had me focused on chat. No, I don't understand your point there, Chris.
I was trying to figure out what Blackwatch was saying.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not in that conversation, I guess. Hank says, looks like you are missing motherboard chipset driver. On my previous work on it, and the Intel chipset driver I would have gotten from HP by installing drivers from HP, but we saw a bunch of drivers on that HP site. They were there. Yeah, these drivers are here. So right now it's a fresh install, and I have not installed drivers directly from HP. But again, you should be able to have a stable running computer even before that is done. To Javi's point, this computer's got a problem. This model computer perhaps has a problem with the current Windows 10. It might need us to jump through those extra hoops, or there might be some other explanation for it.
Doc?
Yes.
Which Windows 10 version is installed on the HP?
All right. Find out here. Windows key and R for run, and then WinVer, it's 21H2.
Okay, the newest, the latest one. Okay. Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yep. Some hellos back and forth. And no more orange. Triple click this one. That's where I left off. So I'm going to start with trying to reproduce the symptom. Hopefully I'm lucky and that works. So to do that, I have to disconnect HDMI. Now the screen blanked off and then on again. That's normal with connecting HDMI. Click OK to get that away, and then I'm going to remind myself whether I still have Microsoft 365 installed or not. I do not. And I'll just start with a restart because that's one of the times when a symptom shows up. Not consistently, but when the computer is misbehaving, it typically happens.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So it's off now. Go ahead, Catherine.
In Windows updates, because you said you have Windows and you have Office installed on this PC, correct? So is the update for Office, is it also enabled? Because
currently Office is not installed.
Ah, okay.
I had the lockup symptom occur when I was installing Office, Microsoft 365. It locked up during the installation when I did not have the HDMI connected. When I restarted the computer with the HDMI connected, I was able to install Microsoft 365, uninstall it, install it again, uninstall it. And then before I even attempted to install it again without the HDMI connected, the computer was locking up just on restarting. Now, as I've been watching this here, I'm seeing some flickering happening on that screen before I even try to touch it after the restart. And I can see on the left-hand side here, there's a dark blue edge, and it just disappeared. And what's happening is the right-hand side of the screen wraps around and shows up about a little less than half an inch on the left-hand side. And that has usually stayed present. And then when I try to move the mouse and keyboard, I'm expecting to find it locked up, but nope, there the mouse is moving. You're not going to be able to see it from there. I can't use the capture device. And then I'll try the Windows key, and that is working. But it showed that problem briefly. Catherine?
So far, you have not in BIOS disabled the dedicated GPU.
Not yet. I'm wanting to demonstrate the symptom on video, to have it recorded. Okay. So that other people having the same symptom, they can recognize, that's exactly what my computer's doing. But if we only describe the symptom, that's just not as good of a video, I don't think.
Showing is better than describing. Correct?
Yes. And particularly when the customer describes a symptom a certain way, you've got to try to reproduce the symptom yourself, because this one, the way he described the symptom was very misleading to me in a way that he couldn't possibly realize. All right, so I've still got...
But what you could do in Windows, you could run steps recorder, and then it will like log exactly what it does, if you know what I mean. Yes?
Specs recorder, you said?
Steps, like one steps recorder.
Stacks, as in stack on top of each other?
No, step. Like walking, stepping.
Stick recorder. Is this? Can you put a link? Can you put a link to this?
It's in Windows.
Oh.
Go to the search. And
no, I know. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I don't think that shows what's going on in the background. That's for you to record the steps to teach somebody else how to do something.
I don't think that also because I know this only because I helped a developer with an error in his small program, and he asked me to use the steps recorder, and I was like, okay, I do that. I sent him the log, and he could see exactly what I did and what happened.
Well, he was able. It was recording what you did. He just said he could see what you did. But these lockups occur before I do anything.
Yeah.
I can't even get to the point of launching step recorder when the trouble happens.
No, you have to. You would have to start it before, and then you begin with the with, for example,
Okay, I have it on.
command.
I have it on screen. I have steps recorder on screen. And a matter of fact, let me go switch this so that you can see it in Zoom. I've got a system. Oh, hello, Jose's there. Hello, Jose. Let's see. Remember how I want to do this? Let's do on this one. I'll do that. Brings that up. And I'll go to participants and bring my other Doug into the show. Okay, and then if I pin or spotlight for everyone, I think you all see that full screen now on Zoom, right? You're seeing the chat room in Zoom, right? Does anybody respond to me? Am I not?
Chat room is in Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm in the chat room, Doug.
Okay, so what I was doing is I went click on the Windows button and then step recorder. This is steps recorder that Catherine's talking about. So press enter on that. This is a really cool thing, but I don't think it's going to help us. Then you haven't seen the symptom yet. I think once you see the symptom, you realize this isn't going to help us. But this is start record. You click on start record, and now it's going to record everything that you do and everything that you click on, and it can be replayed back later to teach somebody else how to do a certain procedure. Perhaps you want to teach them how to, here's something to teach them how to do. How about if we go to YouTube and then find Ken Stout's channel. Some of you are going to be interested in this. Ken Stout Live, click on his channel, and then click into his channel, and then on videos. Now up here in the URL, it shows youtube.com/user/lmkenster08/videos. Well, if you take that URL, backspace over the word videos, and then type the word live, then Control A to highlight that, Control C to copy it, go to a new tab and paste that, enter. This will take you to Ken's current live stream if he has one. If he doesn't have one, it'll take you to his videos page. But now that you have that URL, you could now bookmark it or save it as a favorite. So what this does for those of you who participate in Ken Stout's live streams often, you can then have, let's see, I have it over here on YouTube Tools. I have this link right here, Ken Stout Live. So anytime I become aware that he's doing a live stream, I can go click on that and gets me right to his live stream without having to go hunt for it. And if you were to schedule it in advance, you can click into that early like you do with mine. So anyway, that was all talk.
Program it as a button on your Stream Deck.
Plug it, yeah, program on a Stream Deck. So I'm going to stop recording. Now that was all just giving an example of what you could do by using this steps recorder. Now if I click to save it, to save that recording, and I haven't used this in a long time, and it's going to my desktop. So I'll call it Ken Stout Shortcut, because that's essentially what it was teaching somebody. Then I'll close this. Then if I go to my desktop icons, I'll do Windows key and the letter D. That minimizes all open programs. So here's that icon on the desktop. Double click it, and it'll take you straight into Zoom. What? I went to the wrong one. Did I? Oh, here. No. Shortcut zip. Oh, that went in as a zip. Well, right click, extract all. Now let's see if it works. Double click. Oh, this is the recording that I did. And silly me. I'm showing how to replay the recording. I think I'm not. Oh, here it is. So this shows recorded steps. So this shows in a text format with pictures. Is showing each of the steps. Left click, and this is what the screen is going to look like. And then user mouse drag, and then this is what the screen looks like. So this is what the steps recorder does. All right, closing that. Let's get back on track here. Bring up chat room and now let's just go to chat room. Bring back my Zoom window and my streaming. Okay, that looks a little weird. Oh yeah. When I have the setting set to be able to show all over Zoom what I'm actually broadcasting, there's some things I can't do the same. Put it that way. I haven't heard anybody talk to me in Zoom for a long time.
I'm here. I'm listening because
okay.
I do not dare to say something because otherwise you say, oh, it's too much for me. I cannot follow you or something like that.
Well, gee, Catherine, that was really derogatory. Thank you.
What does derogatory mean? That I was rude or what does it mean? I'm sorry, I do not want to be rude, but
okay.
I just repeat what you say. Yes.
All right.
Like,
I'm gonna
take big blame.
I'm gonna switch this Zoom display back and unfocus that. Where am I getting that? That's it. Oh, remove spotlight. Go back to gallery and put this Doug into the waiting room. Josh and Alex, you gotta like that. I'm putting myself into the waiting room.
Do you have a button to push to put Alex in the waiting room?
Nope. It doesn't seem to be possible. All right, so there's the last one that I had highlighted. Ken, do you want to test or show that currently? I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Ken. Maybe that was before I actually went through that link. I think maybe he's offering to do a live stream. No, I think we need to move on. Dennis is saying Fortnite FTW. I'm not sure what FTW is. Dennis plays Fortnite, so do I. Say again?
Fortnite FTW means for the win.
Fortnite for the win. Okay. Hey, I won first place 3 times in the last 3 days. So
cool.
Out of 100 people, I got the victory crown. Let's see. Moving on. That's chit chat. Ken, Roger. Yeah. So he's saying Roger to saying that we're going to pass on that for now because I want to show this symptom. Coming back to camera 1. It's not locked up. Now, this is a weird thing. I suspect it's not related, but this touchpad, there's some place where it left clicks by tapping on a pad, but there's others like here on the start button. I've never been able to get that to left click. So use the mouse and then do a restart. While that's restarting, go see who joined us. Let's see. Darren and Jose. Let's get your voices on. Can you say hello?
Hello.
Yes, welcome aboard.
Hello,
Doug.
Darren.
Hello, I've just been listening to you for the last half an hour.
All right. All right. Welcome. And I heard Jose there too. So good. Let's go see how this restart is doing. There, it just came up with the username. There's no password set on it. Watching this left-hand side for that almost half-inch border. Don't see it yet. I think I saw a little flicker as I was turning my head. Mouse pad, the mouse is not moving. Yeah, we got lockup. So the caps lock key will not respond. The mouse does not show an arrow on the screen, either with the external mouse or the touchpad. The Windows key. Now, I'm just hearing the fan spool up. So the fan just spooled up more than it was going, but I have a total lockup now. Nothing responds at all. I don't think this is a touch screen. Power light is on. So I'm going to wait and see if anybody has other questions of something to do while it's at this state. But this demonstrates the lockup symptom. Now, this same symptom occurs occasionally. Well, it would at the password screen if the computer had a password. It doesn't have a password now, so it's getting all the way to the desktop before I discover that there is a lockup symptom. And I have had it come into Windows desktop just fine, and I began the Microsoft 365 installation for the Office software suite, and it locked up during that installation. It's got about 40%. And I did do little video clips of those experiences that I've had that I'm just describing to you now. As long as I can demonstrate the symptom to you and describe the other variations of the symptom, I don't think we need to show each variation. So we do have some comments over here, and we'll give the Zoom room a chance to chime in as well after I read these. Wintermute is saying, Win Control Shift B. All right, that's a new one on me. Windows key, Control Shift, and the letter B. Dennis says, switch graphics to integrated in BIOS and repeat, trying to see if there's a display fault. Yeah, we're on board with that. I don't know if you were with us, Dennis, when we were discussing that, but that is on our plan. And that shortcut restarts graphics driver is what the Windows Control Shift B. That sounds like a really good thing to try. All right. May not work with locked up keyboard though. Yeah, if the keyboard's not responding at all. If the caps lock key was responding, I'd have more hope for it. Anybody in the Zoom session want to add to those ideas at this point? I'll take that as a no. All right, so
Probably not that.
Windows key, Control Shift B. Doesn't look like, I would expect to see a flicker if that's restarting the display driver. Mouse is still locked up, both the pad and the external. Caps lock is not responding. Windows key, Control Shift B. And because I caught Chris at once upon a time pressing the wrong keys, I'm going to demonstrate that on camera. So there's Windows Control Shift B. Nada. Okay, so then the next thing would be force it off and then go into BIOS and see if we can disable the was it NVIDIA? Whatever the graphics card was. Let's see, some chit chat going on there. That's a good key combo if keyboard's working. That's a good key combo. Is Gary with us? Is that Gary? It is Gary. You just fixed it, didn't you, Gary?
Yep.
Yeah, you might want to mute yourself with your phone ringing if that's something you have to take. And hello, Gary.
Hello. What is happening today? Seems like you're doing Control-Shift-B or Windows-Shift-B.
So I'm guessing you haven't caught up with us. So just hang on and observe for a while. You'll catch up. You'll understand what's going on with the next few things we do. And enter priceless. That's funny. That's chit chat. And then there. Okay, so triple click that. That's where I left off. And let's go force the power off. Which way is better? I don't know. I'll switch back and forth between those cameras a few times, holding the power key down till it goes off. And then I believe the escape key will get us to a startup menu. There, escape, pause, startup. So that'll give us some choices. The menu here, system information, system diagnostics, boot device options, BIOS setup, system recovery. So BIOS setup is the F10 key. And then we're looking for a graphics. Now, my previous test with the capture device won't let me bring that up on the screen, but I'm going to try it again because I know there's been some computers that I was able to do that. StarTech 2, nope, no signal. All right, this page just has 3 things that you that you can rotate through. All the other stuff on here just provided by is provided as information. Security, administrative password, power on, TPM stuff. So nothing there. System configuration is where we might possibly have something. There's language, virtualization technology, action keys mode, USB charging, battery remaining time, and boot options. None of those sound likely to me to be able to disable the graphics adapter. Looking through this configuration screen, there's post hotkey delay, CD-ROM, USB boot, network boot protocol, legacy support, secure boot, UEFI boot order and showing the devices it could boot from, and then legacy boot order is deactivated, disabled. So nothing there for disabling graphics. Anything else you want me to do in here before we move on? Looking for...
You have a menu called Advanced or something like that?
Nope, there is no option within BIOS called Advanced. Now, it might be that it's due for a BIOS update.
Maybe you want to check that first. So which BIOS do you... I took my laptop because it has an NVIDIA graphics card, so I have the panel, you know.
All right. The BIOS, it's F.15, and the BIOS vendor is Inside, INSYDE.
Yes, Inside, yes.
Doug, on the web page you showed us, the latest BIOS is F.33 Rev A.
Oh, yes, and Wintermute is saying the same thing. So definitely due for a BIOS update. Do we want to do that before moving on to other troubleshooting?
Yes.
I think so too. That makes a whole lot of sense. This type of symptom really sounds likely that's happening before the Windows operating system to me, which BIOS is definitely part of that. So
yes.
Now we could do it on with booted to Windows with the HDMI connector connected. I think we would get a safe that to be a safe environment to do a BIOS update because it's never locked up with the HDMI connector connected. And that way I can record the steps to get there. Include that on the video. All right, so nothing else further in chat.
Actually, Doug, a quick question.
Yeah.
What kind of graphics does this computer have?
Well, we brought that up earlier. I don't remember what it was. Does anybody in Zoom remember what it was? We'll be getting back to that.
It's
when we,
got
I
both
think it was
Intel
Intel.
integrated graphics and an NVIDIA card.
yeah,
NVIDIA and AMD. Okay.
yeah.
Sorry.
All right. So let's. I've got the HDMI connected now, and I'll just escape from BIOS and let it start up.
So, which HDMI version does this have? The laptop?
Which HDMI version does it have?
Yes, there are versions like 2, 2.0,
Oh.
2.1, 1.4.
Right. Okay. I don't know. We can go look that up. Do you think that makes any difference as to whether we're going to do a BIOS upgrade or not?
No, I'm just asking out of curiosity, because if you have a new version and you use an old cable, that can cause issues too. You know, I want to eliminate issues, so.
Okay. Well, the cable doesn't seem to be causing issues because that's the only time when the computer runs stable. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's just to know, because if you like, yeah.
Okay. Well, when we get to a point where we can find that, we'll go find it. I don't think I've ever even tried to determine what HDMI version the computer has, but we'll go check on that. And quite possible when we get into the updated BIOS, we may have the ability to disable that adapter. Now, the computer has failed to restart, and this doesn't change my description of the symptoms at all, because I had connected the cable when we were in BIOS, so the computer was already cold started. So I don't think that is adding to the type of occurrence when it locks up. So I'm disconnecting. I disconnected the HDMI cable, forced the computer off, reconnect the cable, and I think at this point is the level that I'm expecting. Stable startup, but since let me finish. Since it failed to shut down properly, it still might need another. It might need a recovery startup before that will work. Yeah, see here I've got the recovery. Looks like Windows didn't start. Now every time I click on restart my PC, that has been successful. And I can't seem to click with that touchpad, so I click with the external mouse. Josh, go ahead.
I didn't even know HDMI had different versions on laptop or computer.
Yeah, that's true, and they have different feature sets that are just have never really been an issue for me anywhere that I would care about. But Catherine's absolutely right. There are different versions. Now, what have we got showing now? Come back here. I don't see any more orange in the chat room. Oh, all right. What do we have now? Still having the same failed startup. I did click that restart button. Control-Alt-Delete. Caps lock key not responding. Press and release of the power button. Gets nothing. Check over here on my capture device and verify that it's not broadcasting. No. That's a variation on symptoms. Now these are my notes. I typically will make notes of my troubleshooting over and over because I don't trust my memory. What was that symptom 3 times ago? And I don't put this into Microsoft OneNote because I don't need a permanent record of this. I only need this for short-term reference. And so that is, yeah, like here's 8:31 p.m. last night. Connected the HDMI and restarted the PC, and the desktop appeared and remained. And every time that I have the HDMI connected and restart, even if it's after a lockup, it has been successful. Now this time's not. I've had 2 attempts now to start it up with the HDMI connected and have failed. Here's a couple of oranges. There's my last. So here from Dennis, with HDMI cable, there's been no problem. The display on the laptop is faulty then. Well, that's one thing that I had contemplated at one point, is the problem actually the display itself. I don't feel very attracted to that currently. I did consider it for a while, but I'm more inclined to think that a BIOS issue related to the display adapters on this computer to be at fault. And that's the direction we're going on right now. But if it winds up being that, then you will have an early early claim to victory there, Dennis. Zavid, did you miss my link to Dell? Are you saying there was a link earlier? Well, oh, Zavid, link from Dell.
Yes,
explain what to
put in
do.
the link.
Yeah. Okay. I know that.
2:11.
Okay. Yeah, I did. I see it here, and I did miss it earlier. Thank you for bringing that up again. Let's go looking here. Frozen viewports in Rhino after latest Windows updates refresh. The problem, recent problem. Are you going to let me read it? Okay.
Yes.
A recent problem has come to our attention regarding Rhino and certain laptops. As of this writing, it's currently only the Inspiron 15 series using NVIDIA GeForce graphics and a Lenovo laptop with GeForce such and such. The commonality so far is the laptops with dual graphic cards are the one being affected. It seems that out-of-the-box laptops and Rhino work just fine, but after the laptop is updated with the latest Windows update, Rhino's viewports will have become unresponsive and appear to be frozen. You can run commands, but there's no feedback drawn. You can try rotating the view, but nothing updates, only forcing Rhino to draw its viewports by either resizing the window or clicking on the viewport titles will reveal that drawing was actually occurring or it just wasn't updating in real time. Okay, so when they're saying viewports in Rhino, is Rhino a version of the Windows operating system or is that a program? It's kind of looking here like it's a drawing program. And are they saying...
It's a model of their computer.
Rhino is a model of computer?
Of their computer.
All right. Regarding Rhino...
This is from February 2018.
Yeah. Okay.
You think it really applies to this problem?
I'm not feeling it because it's looking to me like there's a lockup in a program, but Javi says Rhino is the model of the laptop. But why would they say Rhino and certain laptops?
Doug, discard the program and the machine. See what is they suggest to do afterwards. The similar is the Intel graphic card and the MX of an NVIDIA card.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're saying download latest NVIDIA drivers. To add this, I had the wrong button here. Disconnect the laptop from the internet. Completely uninstall, delete both of the video drivers. Reboot the computer, making sure you're not connected to the internet. Install the NVIDIA drivers as you downloaded in step 1. Reconnect to the internet. Force Windows install, update the drivers. Reboot, problem solved. So they're saying this would occur even with a fresh install of Windows? Or is that not actually identified? Simply trying to...
Doug, you update the Windows. It's not refresh. When you update the Windows, it's not refresh.
Okay, so actually maybe my fresh install of Windows was working fine until I updated Windows?
Exactly.
All right, I'm with you now. Thank you for helping me get to that. Most critical parts of the process are steps 2 and 3. So the key things there: disconnect from the internet, completely uninstall both the video drivers. Now, I'm thinking that we probably still want to do the BIOS update first. Are you in agreement, or do we want to try this? So I heard Catherine say yes. How about Zvi?
I said yes.
Take your choice.
Do the BIOS update first. Yes.
Okay, I got that from Catherine. And then Zvi?
I said take your choice.
Take your choice,
whatever
yes.
you want.
You got stepped on. I had to ask. Sometimes I'll ask you to say something again. Please be patient. Doesn't always come through clear.
By the way, Doug, what I said earlier that Catherine is right when she suggests to uninstall the driver with the DDU. In this article, they explain how to do it with the DDU. DDU is a program that uninstall everything from the machine, regardless to the card, Intel, AMD, or NVIDIA.
Okay. All right. Well, first I got to get the computer booted.
Yes, first you go to BIOS to update the BIOS.
I can't do that until I get the computer booted.
So first go to BIOS, and only once in BIOS you can put the USB in, because some PC they have problems when they have a USB in and you expect them to boot.
All right. Are you referring to the wireless mouse dongle?
No, I refer to a USB stick that has the new BIOS on the USB stick.
Oh, okay. So you think I should do the BIOS upgrade by using a memory stick instead of going through the Windows desktop?
Yeah, you can go through the Windows desktop, but it's not my preferred way to update BIOS. Of course, you may have to, because it's an HP, and there is no other option, if you know what I mean. Because they want to make you user friendly, but yeah, it has a bit more risk. But this HP. Is it your laptop, or is it a laptop of somebody else?
It's a client.
Oh, it's a client's laptop, okay.
So I got to the Windows recovery screen that time, and I chose restart my PC. That has a good history of working, but yeah, when it restarts properly, it does not take this long. Let's switching back to chat. Yes, go ahead.
Which version of the dedicated GPU driver is installed on the HP?
I don't know.
Yeah, but it might be better to know, if you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, we can get to that, but I don't know all these things by memory. And I think you know by now, I'm not real good with those, with memory.
I know.
Yeah.
I do not want to be rude, but I know. Yes.
Okay. I know you have a really good, crisp memory for that stuff. Rhino Tech Group, Rhino 3D. Oh, this is Lawn Dog and Wintermute giving us something about what Rhino is. Rhino Technology Group.
Rhinos are normally gray and fat.
All right. Rhino Tech Group products. Oh, there it finally came up. New and refurbished IT hardware. Oh, so it looks like they perhaps provide or manufacture hardware for lots of different brands. All right.
Hey, Doug, is Alex in the chat in the Zoom chucky?
Can you not tell?
No.
Is that Alex's name is showing up on Zoom? Yeah.
Okay. I didn't see him because I only have 3 people on the side.
Oh, okay. Okay. You're not seeing the whole gallery. All right. Let's see. There's that. And then Kenny Whitten, does it have removable battery? No, I'd have to take the back off, which I'm not opposed to doing if we wind up needing to do that. If so, remove the battery, do a hard reset to get the laptop to boot properly again. All right, gotcha. Keyboard not detected. Press any key to continue. Yeah, Chris. All right. I'm going to take another variation on this here. Hold down the power button with the HDMI not connected and then start up again. Wow, and I was afraid of not being able to demonstrate the symptom. Because after my work last weekend, I got to a point where I couldn't reproduce the symptom. So I gave it back to my client. There, it's starting up. There's startup. I'm going to attach the HDMI. And I should be able to bring that up on screen now. I usually have to reset the capture device to get that to work. So I'll try that. And not that way. So another little trick to get that to wake up is to, let's see, am I showing that? There's the capture device back there is disconnect. The USB cable going to the Big Beast build, reconnect it, and then punch back to that screen. Oh, I know what's missing. Let's do the display key on the keyboard. Nope, it's locked up. No dice. That's why I'm not getting an image, because it's locked up again. Holding down the power button. If you have to remove the battery, also remove the CMOS battery. Yeah. Let's see. No other orange. Here's my last. All right. Well.
So, the latest driver version that I get for my laptop, yes?
Yeah.
It's NVIDIA 512.15.
Now, I'm sure you're not expecting me to evaluate that number and how it compares with other numbers we've looked at or anything. What is that? That just came out to me as a number. I'm not connecting that with anything. Does that?
That's the latest driver version that I get.
Oh, okay. Okay. You were asking earlier about the driver version for the graphics adapter. Okay.
Yes.
So that's what you have. And you have the same graphics card or close or what?
I doubt it because my Acer is 5 years old. I don't know how old the one is that you have
All right.
with you. Because I have a 1050 Ti inside of mine.
Okay. So here I've got the recovery screen. Looks like Windows didn't load correctly. The restart button, I can use arrow keys and the dotted lines moves back and forth, so I can use the keyboard to select that. I unplugged, well, oh, no, I got the wireless mouse back, so I could either click or press enter. I don't have HDMI connected right now because the last time I got it to successfully boot, HDMI was not connected, but it's locked up before I got there. Now there's the HP logo and spinning circle of dots. I'm plugging in the HDMI cable because that means I've got it plugged in before the Windows drivers load, before the Windows display drivers load anyway. Jesse Kirk is asking about memory issue. I have run intensive memory tests and not come up with a problem, but I think that's a reasonable possibility, although that doesn't really speak to the occasions when it seems to be stable if I have the HDMI cable connected. It's kind of making a liar out of me now.
Doc? It's
yes.
Not you that is the liar, it's the PC that is lying constantly.
Yeah.
Because it's an HP in the first place. And they are horrible products. HP also forgets sometime to disable the keylogger they use for development. Yes, they do that too.
All right.
Yes. So
yeah.
You know, I'm such a fan of HP. Yes.
I do sense that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Wintermute's in the same boat, saying computers can do that, meaning I think that they lie to us.
Yes.
Blackwatch says Doug does not lie, but he is one hell of a good fibber. Zvi, safe mode, uninstall the GPU drivers. All right.
Yes. I said it too.
Yeah. With now that I can't get it to start up, then yeah, let's do that.
But first, you may want to update the BIOS before you do the other thing.
All right. Well, let's go poke around on the HP site for the BIOS and see if I can download it to a memory stick from Big Beast Build. Here's BIOS. Here's
maybe
HP.
they only give it to you to start from the Windows. it's possible because it's HP.
It's possible.
Yeah.
I'll download and install manually. Okay, so yeah, if I double click on this, it's either going to extract or it's going to try to do the install, and on Big Beast build it won't do the install. It'll recognize that it's wrong BIOS. So that's what they didn't really have any instructions here, did they?
No, you can say install it manually, and then, or you just take the file you downloaded, put it on a USB stick, and put it to the other PC.
All right, so I just double clicked on it. I got HP firmware pack. That sounds to me like it's likely to unpack it. And it's gonna do, let's check yes. Firmware pack Intel provides a tool to update the firmware for supported computer models that are running the supported operating system.
Doug, if you're on the page where you see that, if you click on the little arrow there for the pack and keep on going, you'll eventually get to a page where it has installation instructions.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like to me. Let me switch this back to to show you the what I'm broadcasting. I'll get quicker at making this change as I get it more practiced. Admit that, and then that on screen. And
expensive computers.
Where is it showing? Do this. It shows that, and that got me on screen. So then I come back to my streaming software. So there, you should be able to see this over Zoom now, which I'll spotlight it for you. So for those watching on YouTube, you're not able to understand what's going on here, but when people are talking with me through Zoom, they don't get to see what's broadcasting on YouTube unless they're also watching the YouTube video. Get that.
I usually put the Zoom window over the YouTube video.
All right. So on Zoom, are you seeing the HP firmware unpack window? All right.
Yes.
So I'll click next here. Oh, let me see what I did.
But you are on the Beast, or
yeah, I'm on the Big Beast.
So don't do it. Don't cancel. It's not for the Beast.
Well, I don't think this is going to install it. I think it's going to unpack it so that we can make a bootable USB stick. Now, I don't know that for sure, but I do know that if it actually tries to start installing, it's going to recognize.
I would do the whole operation you want to do on the Beast. Put this pack on a USB stick. Move it to the HP and do it on the HP, because if it unpacks directly on the HP, you're at least in the right place.
But I can't get the HP to get to a reliable desktop. And I can't unpack it until I get into Windows if I'm doing it on the HP.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna click next here. Save files in folder. So here, this gives us a confirmation it's going to extract these files into a folder. And I'm going to change the name of this a little bit, and I'm going to say HP NV BIOS, because that's installing it, or that's extracting these files to the SW setup folder on the C drive of the Big Beast build. So click next. And there was one of those screens that we came to said to double click on the install file that gets extracted to launch it, something to that effect. Oh, here it just came up with this. Here, update and recovery. This is the HP BIOS update and recovery utility. It can update the BIOS on this device, create a recovery USB flash drive to use on devices with corrupted BIOS, copy the BIOS image in order to use on other devices. So we're going to use this option.
Yes.
Clicking next. And this is actually the recovery utility. It's actually going to do that task. Create a recovery flash drive. So I need to grab a flash drive. I've got new ones in the other room. So I'm going to bring up the Zoom window onto the video and you guys can interact with each other. I've got to unpin that. View, gallery, there you go. All right, I'll be back in a moment. There's the moment pass. Hey, by the way, how about this? We got through with no audio problems today.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
It's nice, isn't it?
I put a fair amount of work into getting that all checked out ahead of time.
Doug, that looks really crazy. Seeing your video in the upper left-hand corner with video is being mirrored, the zoom being mirrored.
Yeah, you're getting recursive windows in the upper left. Now, I could have gone the extra step there of putting that instance of Doug into the waiting room, because then I wouldn't be broadcasting that. There's also hide self view. So if I hide self view, then that makes that go away. So why is Doug still on the screen? Well, that's because that Doug is broadcasting. It has joined the Zoom session from Baby Beast. And the webcam for Baby Beast is over here on this monitor.
And that is the reason why when I screen share something on Ken Zoom, I never join the Zoom twice. I use the option in screen sharing in Zoom for connect a second camera. And then if I want to show something using my iPad, I have an app on my iPad that will connect it to my computer, so I don't have to be in the Zoom meeting twice, if that makes sense.
All right, moving on.
Yeah, Doug, when I tried to start that update utility, I extracted it on my computer here, and it offers to make a flash drive with the BIOS update stuff on it.
That's the step that I'm at, and that's why I have a flash drive in my hand.
Good. All right. I missed part of what you said earlier.
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah, I think that's clear that you did. So I've turned back on that one that's showing the picture-in-picture, but when I punch my Stream Deck button to get back to monitor number 1 on the Big Beast build, then that picture-in-picture goes away. And I think I can even show Zoom session there. Now, when I show the Zoom session this way, that picture-in-picture is going to develop in the upper left corner. So if I'm showing my broadcast image to you guys, I can't show that whole Zoom session as the picture-in-picture. That was way too much time spent on explaining that. So here, create recovery flash drive. I have a USB hub attached to the desk up here. Do we hear a ring from that? I had a little bit of difficulty with that USB hub earlier. I'm not convinced that that came up.
It's in.
No, it didn't. So I'm going to plug that in elsewhere.
Download. Understand Windows 11.
All right. Is that coming up? Still not coming up. I'll try one of my known good USB sticks. I've got so much USB stuff plugged in here. There's another one. There it goes.
I have dedicated USB sticks for certain, like I have one with the latest Windows 11 on it. I have one that is only for BIOS. Then it makes it easier.
I have dedicated sticks too. These are, here's how I keep them. Let's see. Yeah, they're labeled, but I can't remember the last time that I did a BIOS update through a USB memory stick. So I haven't had one yet dedicated to that.
Yeah, this is why I said you may be only able to do it in the from the Windows, but it's a problem if you can't even get to the Windows.
Yeah, but we've already seen that this one will do it with the USB bootable stick.
Yeah,
so
I've done it that way before on an HP. It's a pain, but it does work.
All right, so here we go. Next step in this, I've got this option select. I've got this option selected for Create Recovery USB Flash Drive. Click Next. As showing free space on that. And click Next. Now it's copying the files to it. Now, I just used my newly created mute button. In the past, my mute button only muted on the YouTube, but Zoom, you could still hear me. This should be muting on both. So I want to test that right now. And somebody in chat, if you could answer, I'm going to press the mute button and talk a little bit. And I want to find out both from the chat window and from the Zoom window, did this actually mute me? So muting in 3, 2, 1, 0. So there we're back on. So Zoom, did that mute me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And then the chat window, somebody could respond that yes, I was muted. I'll go look at that in a moment. So recovery flash drive was created successfully. Power off the device to be recovered. Insert the flash drive into the USB port. Power on the device. The device may reboot up to 3 times with indicator lights on the keyboard flashing or the screen appearing blank for a short time. It's my understanding sometimes it'll actually levitate up off the desk as well. Nothing. Nobody even chuckled at that. Okay. This just got me back to the startup of that. Looks like it's ready to go create it again. Let's go look at the USB drive. Back up your files to cloud. Okay, so there's some stuff on this USB memory stick already. There's the BIOS update, shows today's date, and I'm supposed to be able to just boot off of that. All right, closing that, cancel that. Go take a look at chat, see if somebody answered that I was muted or not. Yes, you are muted from Chris. Let's see what I was. There's my last. Kenny says, with the keyboard and the trackpad not working properly, it might be more of a BIOS problem. Yes, you're muted. Here's another instance like last week's problem where we're having a bootable live Linux OS on a thumb drive or CD. Good assistant determine whether the BIOS is really the problem. Let's see. No, Ken says, no, you are going out over YouTube. So Ken, you're saying that I was not muted on YouTube. Yeah, all right. Then he says, now muted. So whatever that was, he was confused and did not know what he was hearing. By the way, well, no, updating the BIOS is a serious thing, and if cosmic rays interfere with the BIOS update, you could actually break this computer. I'm not trying to apply any pressure. Yeah. Oh, I've seen one of the other tech channels. Am I going to remember his name now? The guy with the goatee. I think it was him. No, it wasn't him. It was. I'm not going to remember his name, but he has a device too, where he's actually unsoldering the BIOS chip from motherboards, putting it into this device and reprogramming the BIOS chip. That was amazing. Ryan's asking, can you install HP Support Assistant? No, because I can't get a consistent running computer. Although that was on my mind, that I thought that might be one of the things that we would do today, but it's not consistent. John Lewis is saying that I was muted. Thank you. All right, then let's come to, go grab that memory stick. I do still eject it safely just because I'm a Doug. That's a thing that Doug
don't worry about it, Doug. I also do the same thing.
All right, Doug.
I've been taught to always safely eject your devices, regardless of what Carrie or anybody else says.
All right. I wouldn't argue anybody very strongly about it, and I've never seen a problem occur, but
well, I have.
It's easy to do.
I personally have had a flash drive corrupt, and it's because of that. And no matter whether I tried to boot a Linux Live CD and format it or do a formatted Windows, I couldn't get it to work again, so it ended up in the trash.
All right.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
You were muted on Zoom. Everybody was saying they couldn't hear you on Zoom. You were fine on YouTube, and then when you pressed your other button to mute both Zoom and YouTube, then you were muted on YouTube.
All right.
Not confused.
All right. Well, I only did one test of the mute button. So the time when you were saying that, I was
following along on chat, and they were all saying muted, muted, muted. I could hear you just fine. And then you went down and pushed another button, and then you did go away on YouTube.
All right.
Just let me know. Hey,
yeah,
Josh.
I'm confused. I don't know what you're doing, saying. But though, let's get past that because that's all right. The mute button on the Stream Deck, instead of muting the microphone from my streaming software, it actually mutes from the sound capabilities of the computer. So my XSplit doesn't show me as being muted, but the microphone is muted before it gets to XSplit. So that covers both XSplit and Zoom. And it was not electronics repair school regarding soldering the BIOS. And so if somebody else, oh, Adamant, that's it. It was Adamant IT. Yeah, I've seen him do that a few times, and it's a new skill that he picked up. He's made mention that it's something that he's just learned how to do and learning more and more about how to do it. I find that very fascinating. Lawn Dog, yeah, people that have the equipment to reprogram EEPROM for the BIOS chip, that's some crazy technical stuff, requires specialized equipment. Wintermute does reprogramming of BIOS. I'm assuming that's what he means there. Kenny Winden, when you power up the laptop, go into BIOS without the USB, reset the BIOS to default first if you can. Well, interesting idea. Go into BIOS and reset to default. Now, would that be as a precursor to just going ahead and updating the BIOS? Or are you suggesting that as a possible solution for the computer? Once we do the upgrade BIOS, it could, if that fixes the problem or not, we could do a reset to default in there. I'm kind of thinking that if we do reset to default on the current BIOS version, does that at all improve the chances of the BIOS update going smoothly?
I believe he's referring to do that after the BIOS update.
Okay, when you power up the laptop, go into the BIOS setup without the USB, reset the BIOS to default first. I'm understanding him to say before doing the BIOS update because he says first.
I agree.
Ryan ejects also. We're going to form an USB eject club. There's got to be some interesting acronym coming out of that.
You have to eject, otherwise the USB gets wrecked.
Bob Connor says I was never muted. All right, here we go, another test. Now there's a lag between when the people in Zoom experience this and when the people in chat experience it. But here we go. 3, 2, 1, mute. Now I'm unmuted. Anybody hear what I said during that little tantrum?
You're muted on Zoom.
You're muted on both.
Yeah,
both.
That should have been on both. So
and you had a lag, and you had about a 3-second lag on YouTube.
All right, 3 seconds. Is that all it is today?
I didn't get to stop on that.
Seems to vary.
Yeah.
Then Ida says, I watch Northridge Fix channel. He does a lot of soldering and even recovery data from broken devices and HDDs. I know that I've watched Northridge Fixed. I'm trying to, if you could tell me his name, I might be more likely to be able to distinguish which it is. Never muted, some hellos. Wintermute. No, I was referring to disconnecting USB drivers in Windows first before pulling them. Disconnecting USB drives in Windows first before pulling. Oh, okay, yeah, just the safe eject thing. Actually, that's a great idea to just reset the BIOS to default settings before you do anything. I'm kind of feeling attracted to that. It's not going to cause us any problems, quick and easy to do. YouTuber Adamant IT. It's supposed to be Adamant. IT. Unsolders and reprograms BIOS all the time with videos showing it. Yeah, I've been watching some of those. Kenny, then after that, you can update the BIOS. All right, I'll buy that. Muted, audio gone on YouTube, read lips. Fantastic idea to just reset the BIOS if that's possible to all defaults. Madi UL, $10. Thank you, Madi. I appreciate that. And earlier in the chat before it started, is it back here still? Oh, come on. Why would I start? This is embarrassing, obviously. I'm having a Doug moment.
Tony Wallace.
Tony Wallace, thank you. Yeah, he donated before the show even started. How old is that computer? I think it was 2017. I can't find his name, but that's his channel. Northridge Fix. Okay, let's go see if this is the one I was thinking it is. Yes. Yes, that is. All right, coming back. Now, let's move forward. I'm caught up with chat. The computer is still running. I hear the fan running. This is the memory stick with the BIOS. I'm going to try first doing a reset in BIOS. Okay, that's off. We know it's F10 to get into BIOS. There are BIOS setup options, so it's recognized the F10 key. I can stop pressing it. Well, that's an interesting. What was that beep about?
Twice.
I don't have touchpad. I don't have wireless mouse. Caps lock key does respond. Oh, there, I got arrow keys. Then looking for reset BIOS. Restore security settings to factory defaults. That's just security settings. Is there someplace else where it...
No.
Here's load setup defaults. That's all we want. Not security defaults, but setup defaults. Enter, and enter on the word yes. That didn't give me any kind of confirmation at all. Load default settings for all items. It's on the exit menu where I get this. All right, well, didn't give me any confirmation, but then I'll exit saving changes and see if it boots up to Windows. That would be an indication that resetting the BIOS cleared the symptom, but I'd say that's temporary. HP logo, spinning circle of dots. Username, welcome message. Mouse is responding. I saw that flicker over here of that border. And then here, your device ran into a problem, needs to restart. We're just collecting some error info, and then we'll restart for you. So, and then driver IRQ not less or equal. So that's what the actual error said. I'm putting the USB memory stick in, and we'll let it boot up off of that. Chris says he always updates using USB flash. Never had an issue doing it that way. Here I've got recovery. Looks like Windows didn't load correctly. Restart my PC. I didn't use the F9 to get to the boot drive options. I'll do that this time.
Hey, Doug, I'm very disappointed in myself today.
Why?
Because I've got your Zoom programmed as a button on my Stream Deck, so all I got to do is press it. And I should have been, because of that, I should have been the first one in the Zoom, but I wasn't.
Well, Josh was in well before the show started. And that's typically the case, that you can come into the waiting room before the show starts.
Yeah, I was the first one in.
Well, that's partially my fault because I don't join the Zoom until right when you first start because I know you won't hear the doorbell if we get in the waiting room before the show starts.
Well, actually, I do hear the doorbell, but that's not going to make any difference because I'm going to have a little bit of a opening comments before I bring the Zoom people in anyway. Yeah, so that boot failed. Oh, let's go back. Well, I was going to say go back into BIOS and set the USB as the first boot device.
Yes.
You like that, Catherine? Okay. Well, that was one. That was 2 votes for doing that, and no votes against doing that.
Yes, do.
Oh, that beeping is because I was still spamming the F10 key.
Doug?
Now
Yeah.
it's angry with you.
Right.
Doug, I'm wondering why under the drivers, this may not have nothing to do with it, but I've never seen it as an option. But under the drivers, it says where you select the Windows operating system, it says select version. There's version 1903, and then there's just Windows 10 64-bit. I don't know why it has both those as an option, but I don't know if you could install 1903 and then upgrade. I don't know. Maybe I'm lost. I don't know.
All right.
I mean, I just don't know. I was just trying to.
Okay.
I don't know.
I understand the idea, and it's a valid idea.
It might be a known issue or something.
Yeah.
With clean install of newer versions.
Yeah, with clean install of newer versions having the trouble, whereas install an older version first and then do the upgrades. I've seen that kind of approach be a fix for things before. But that now, and even that might have been a solution when the problem symptom was first discovered. But since then, perhaps BIOS updates have solved that better, maybe. Then I'm going to go to, let's see, boot order. Here's boot order. And then move the USB option. I'll highlight the USB option, press what? Spacebar? Function keys. To change value, select item. Looks like F5 and F6 to move it up or down. Yeah, so now I have the USB item on the top, and then operating system boot manager comes second place. F10 to save and exit.
Yes.
All right, that's done. Now, we should probably keep an eye on the computer because we're expecting to see a BIOS update occur. There's HP logo, spinning circle of dots. Now it's going into Windows. I'm not convinced that utility actually, I don't think I actually got a bootable USB drive. And I'm thinking that might be because I think there was an option to reformat. Let me finish my thought. To reformat the USB drive before installing the files on it. Go ahead.
I believe when I did this before, I've done this on a customer's machine, and I believe you have to press F2 to load the diagnostics, and that will initiate the BIOS. If I remember
Press
correctly.
F2 during the boot process?
Yes.
Okay. Well, how about when I looked at the content of that USB drive, it still had the default utilities that come new with that SanDisk boot drive, meaning it was not formatted as a bootable disk. I'm not aware that it's possible for this BIOS utility to make that USB drive bootable without reformatting it. I'm not certain that that's right. Does anybody confirm or deny that? Yes, Stevie.
Alex is correct. F2.
F2. All right. All right. I'm powering off, and then we'll try it with F2. So powering on. Here's the fan. Tapping F2. There it says F2 startup check.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think I've heard of that before or encountered that before. All right, here we have PC Hardware Diagnostics UEFI version 1.20.0.0 BIOS. For more information, please visit such and such. So there's a memory test, there's a hard drive check, there's a language, and there's exit. Well, I'm not seeing anything there that makes sense for updating the BIOS off of that USB. Alex or Zvi, do you see anything that I'm not seeing there?
I don't see the screen. But in the Google search is to insert the USB after the EFI menu.
I just got to go have program off my computer.
Did the USB is inside?
Yeah, the USB is connected. Josh, could you mute yourself, please? Thank you.
Click firmware management.
I'm listening to two things at once. I'm listening to you and listening to someone.
All right. There, I'm muting Josh. All right. And then back to here. So that screen's just never, can I get it looking good? So there's the choices: memory test, hard drive check, language, and exit. So Zvi, I was kind of distracted there as you're talking about a Google search that told us to do what?
Just a moment.
Yeah, I agree with William. Yes.
I'm sorry, Catherine, you agree with what?
I agree with William because he says what you need is not there.
I think so. I don't think that USB stick is formatted right. And William here is saying, I agree. The way you did it made the file unloadable. Yeah. If a laptop is working now, just update the BIOS. It's not working reliably yet. Let's see. Remake the USB. Yeah, that's what we'll get there. What you need is not there. All right, so I'm going to take that USB stick back to Big Beast Build and go rerun that utility. Here's the downloads folder. And let's see, we already extracted that to this SW setup folder. And then it is HPNV BIOS. Go into that folder. And then double click this, answer yes. And I think I had a little bit of delay before it came up. This is the HP BIOS update recovery utility. It can update the system BIOS on this device, create a recovery USB flash drive to use on devices with corrupted BIOS. That's the option we want. These are not clickable, so I just click the next button. And then create recovery flash drive. I thought I saw somewhere with an option for reformatting. Does it come next, maybe?
One more piece of information. It says that your Google says HP support says that you're supposed to press F2 to get into the HP diagnostics where you was at before, and then plug the flash drive in. Don't have the flash drive plugged in before.
Oh, so then once you're at that screen, do you just reboot the computer?
No, you don't plug in the flash drive and press F2 to get to that diagnostic screen, and then you plug the flash drive in.
Yeah, so use the F2 key to get to that diagnostic screen, then plug in the flash drive.
Yes.
Okay. There's no option on that menu having anything to do that, but we'll try that. So here I'm clicking on this. That's the USB drive. It's a 15 gigabyte. So here's this format option right here, but that's not clickable. Refresh is clickable.
Why don't you just format it from within Windows before you run?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. All right. So bring up File Explorer by holding down the Windows key and press the letter E, and then go find that. It's the D drive. And it actually named it as a HP Tools. That's not the original name of this USB, but it has the SanDisk secure access that comes with it. So I'm going to right click on the D drive, go to Format, and quick Format. Click OK. Then I'll refresh this screen. I think that free space just changed the number a little bit. I'm thinking that F2 technique that you've been telling me about has some way to make this USB thumb drive serve the purpose without actually being a bootable thumb drive.
On my HP, F2, pressing F2 got me to diagnostics, got me to UEFI diagnostics.
Yeah, that's exactly what I got. Now, their instruction...
That HP Tools, there's a partition named HP Tools on mine, which is HP Diagnostics.
Okay. Does that make any difference to our next step?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
No.
So the instructions here: to recover a device with a flash drive, please follow these instructions. Power off the device to be recovered. Insert the flash drive into USB port. Power on the device. The device may reboot up to 3 times with indicator lights on keyboard flashing or the screen appearing blank for a short time. Now, I'm thinking the things that Zvi and Chris or Alex saying about the F2 key, I'm thinking that maybe that is something more up to date, more current than this instruction. Maybe because of the problems that have been encountered with BIOS issues on this model computer that you have to do it through the F2 key. I don't know. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense that this doesn't have the instructions for the F2 key here unless the F2 key is a more recent directive from HP. All right, finish that. And then, now this is where I thought it was odd to come back to the beginning step of this. I'm going to click next again. This does the same thing. That one is copy BIOS image to any file location. Could copy it to a subfolder on that thumb drive. But this is all just doing the same maneuvering. And finish. So this finish button should just close this program entirely. All right. Such as it is. So now on the D drive, we only have these two files.
That's just a case of HP's bad programming.
Yeah, for that program, you're right. So if we display hidden files and go into options, change folder and search options, go into the view tab, remove the check mark for hide protected operating system files. And yeah, there is no boot information on this thumb drive. Files needed to make it boot are not there. So it's going to have to be the F2 key.
Was it in when you booted?
Pardon?
Was it in when you booted? You guys, with an HP, you're doing it wrong. It has to be in when you boot, or the BIOS can't find it has an operating system on it.
We're not talking about an operating system.
Well, if it's going to be a bootable thumb drive, it has to have an operating system on the thumb drive. The boot files for, and somebody speculated that it would have been Linux on this. But I'm saying there are no hidden system files on that device.
You did look, and there's no hidden files. So it did not create them when you created the drive, the flash drive.
It did not create them when I created the flash drive. That's my point. So I don't think there's any way that this thumb drive could be bootable. And that's where the F2 key might be, the updated instructions of how to make that work. But those instructions didn't say it.
But are you booting with the flash drive in there?
Say again?
Are you booting with the flash drive in a USB port?
I did. I did, and it bypassed it.
Okay, it should see it.
Yeah, it didn't.
And that updated instructions from HP says not to plug the flash drive in until after you press the F2 key to get to the diagnostics screen.
Understood. That's the process I'm going to follow because I think that seems kind of believable. Lawn Dog, we'll see what fixes it. Well, hopefully we will. There are two Dougs. Disk part on USB remake. Can't update the BIOS via Windows Update. Well, I can't get the computer to stay responsive in Windows long enough, Matthew. HP F9, yeah, F9 is for choosing a boot device, but that thumb drive is not a bootable device. And F2 sounds like the way to get the computer to recognize it. In all my years of experience, none of the tools offered by manufacturers have been any good, and I own several HP computers, and I just don't use that software in any serious manner. Okay, that's your experience. That's not my experience. So we're different technicians. Yes.
I've got my HP laptop on here, and I restarted it and hit the escape key to get that menu. And then at that point, you can hit F2 to go into system diagnostics and then see if there's an option in there to update the BIOS.
Okay. I've been into there. We're going to try that again. I did.
Well, I went in. Hit F2 directly. I hit it after going into the escape thing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like the instructions from HP says to use F2. They didn't say escape first, but escape first just gives you that list of what function keys are alive and working.
Now, this is not the same model, but when I get into the diagnostics, there's a tab that says firmware management.
All right.
Now, that may not be on that model.
We'll try that. That's more attractive to me than just...
And here it is, BIOS management. So if that tab is there, or the button is there, I should say, you may have that.
Okay, we'll try that, and we'll try that shortly here. That's been my life's experience. I've used other tools to fix problems. F8 as well. My experience in general, these kinds of BIOS updates just put the thumb drive, restart, it will automatically boot. Yeah, that's been my experience too. It's not working here. You don't even have to select the boot sequence. BIOS kind of like the thumb drive for installation. I gotta not read through all of these in detail. If you hit me up in orange, I'm more likely to read it. Here we go. All right, so let's go see what we can do. Ejecting the thumb drive. I need pliers to pull that thing out. Okay. The computer is still in that F2 diagnostics window, and it does not have any option regarding BIOS. And remember, this is an obsolete BIOS. I wonder if I can get any better on that. Yeah, I can try a manual focus on this webcam because its automatic focus isn't handling that reflective screen very well. It looks about as good as I'm going to get. Although, go even closer. And then
Doug?
Focus that. Yes?
A quick comment. One, I apologize for butting in a second ago, but the reason I was thinking that is you've got a real old BIOS. You don't have something current. The F2 thing may be current. You should be back about 5 years, 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. I'm really wondering what the advice is here. So we're in the F2 screen. There's hard drive, there's memory test, hard drive check, and language. So nothing there that seems appropriate for BIOS update. So I'm going to put in the USB memory stick now. And this was, I think, the advice that Chris was reciting, to put it in once I'm at the F2 menu. And then, Chris, is it restart?
It was Alex's suggestion.
Or Alex. Sorry about
Doug,
Alex.
is this F2 menu one that you got when you booted with the USB drive in or with it out?
Well, not sure. Okay, that's a good point. Why don't I just go ahead and restart again with USB stick out and get into F2 so we have a really clean sequence.
Yeah.
All right. So here, removing the memory stick without safely ejecting, right? Because I can't. And then I'll just select that exit option. And are you sure? Yes. And this should restart. And then I'm hitting F2. I missed it. I didn't go quick enough. I can tell I missed it because I have the HP logo and the spinning dots. Now, doing more F2 is pointless. If you missed it, you missed it. Username, go straight into the desktop, and we get a flash from the display driver, and it's going dark again. Oh, it's restarting. HP, please wait, spinning circle of dots. I'm going to try a Control-Alt-Delete here because I missed it. All right. Advanced recovery options. This says, show you all of what that says. So most of you are familiar with this screen. Restart my PC. Kind of need a mouse that clicks.
Hey, Doug, I'm on Windows 11. I've never seen that screen.
Yeah.
Had to say it.
For those who aren't aware, Gary uses F11 through the company. Everybody in the company he works for uses it, so he's quite experienced with it and liking it. Fair statement, Gary?
Fair statement. You can also get our liability insurance easier.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So now we have F2 system diagnostics. So I'm pressing F2.
How about F10?
Well, F10 gets us into BIOS setup, but there was nothing in there about installing a new BIOS. We've been into that a few times. Boot device options just lets us choose a boot device, and it won't boot off of this device. So F2 is what the documentation that Alex was reporting on, and Zvi was also affirming. So here's F2. So same options we saw before: memory test, hard drive check, language, and exit. So then
it does not have the firmware management, so you can't get to it this way.
Agreed. Catherine?
Doc, I have a question.
Yeah.
So you went to Windows. Will the screen do the same on an external monitor that it does on the laptop, or will it stay?
Well, prior to today's live stream, every instance when I had the HDMI cable connected to my capture device, not a monitor, but to my capture device, it never encountered the problem. Because I had that stable with the capture device, I never tried a monitor because I already had what appeared to be circumstances that would give me reliable performance.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Then let's go see, where do I need to catch up here? My last highlighted. Looks like I lost my highlight. Go ahead, Catherine.
How about if you reinstall Windows from scratch again, and then you don't do the update of Windows, but you do the driver, the Intel driver and the NVIDIA driver manually.
All right.
By yourself. You do not let Windows interfere. Yes?
Understood. I changed right away, changed the advanced options to delay the Windows update, push it out a few days.
Yes, exactly. So you can control what you want to update and the order you want to update.
All right.
You do not have this willy-nilly driver update from Windows. Yes?
Yeah.
Also, when you do that, the question is, what is there something additional driver like under optional in advanced?
All right.
Under
I know.
optional updates. Yes.
Yeah, I know what you're referring to.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So
it's
those
just
are on
an idea, because at this point I was like, no, it's just.
Doug, have you plugged the flash drive in yet?
No, I haven't. I've been trying to get things caught up. So I don't know where my last was, but here's the only orange that I think I've been hit with that I haven't read. Okay, the type of file on that flash drive is not a bootable file, so it needs to be run within Windows. Can we try safe boot? We may wind up getting to that, but we have another option before we do that. Kenny, again, F9 takes you to the boot option. I know that again, Kenny. I think I told you that before. I've used the boot options before, and this is not a bootable USB, so that's not going to help us. If there's a reason why you've I think you've repeatedly, well, because you said the word again. I know that. I don't know why you're bringing that up again. We're past that. So then here, coming back to the keyboard camera, I'm putting in the USB memory stick now while we're at the F2 screen. And Alex, once I put in the USB stick, am I supposed to choose exit or Control-Alt-Delete or reboot, or just sit here and stare at it for a while? What's next?
The way I read that, Doug, is once you plug the flash drive in, it appears that it should automatically start doing the BIOS update or whatever it's going to do.
All right. Well, it's not.
Hey, Doug, what kind of computer is this? HP Envoy or Elite?
Envy.
Envy. Thank you.
Yeah, so nothing here. So I'm kind of like in the safe mode and then try to execute the program. But the instructions we said was to boot off of this, but there is no bootable files on it. So I think we're going to take what we know as technicians and try to run the installation from safe mode. That way we're more likely not going to run into the problem. How about doing a system recovery from the HP recovery partition? Well, I wiped out the HP recovery partition when I deleted all the partitions and installed fresh Windows.
No, you would never want to use the HP recovery partition.
Well, that's okay. That's a position worth taking. I don't feel attracted to doing that, even if we could. Hard drive check. I have checked that. There's the smart system has no errors on the drive, and did I run a speed test on it? I want to say that I did. I see it there on the screen, of course. Oh, and actually, I've run the full utilities from HP. The HP, the memory test, and then there was some other diagnostic utilities that I got into, and I ran the whole battery of tests, the longest possible, and it found no faults. Here's another question. When it does that hard drive check, does it do a fix and repair at the same time? I don't think so. It checks surface problems in the sectors.
Doug?
Again, I'm not feeling attracted to that. Alex?
Hey, it's me, Chris. I know we sound
Chris.
alike.
Yeah, a bit.
Hey, when you press the escape key, you get a menu. Do you have an option for utilities? You might have just said that now. I don't know.
Yeah, diagnostic utilities, and that's where I did the diagnostics that I just described.
No, I got an option for just utilities, not diagnostics. And when I choose utilities, it gives an option to set time and date or flash system ROM.
Oh, all right. Well, we can look at that. Well, that's worthy of looking at. And I don't know if I have used the escape key and got the startup options, but I don't have that memorized because, again, Doug. William Dawson says everything
but that's it.
Okay, everything I find says you need Windows running to install a new BIOS. Okay, noted, William. I'm inclined to agree with that at this point, other than what the instructions said.
I did do this exact method on a customer's machine a while ago, but it's been so long I can't remember exactly what I did.
Okay, I want you to careful what I'd like you to add things that you think help us with something, but finding out something you did in the past that's irrelevant, it's not helpful. So, please don't be offended if I'm blunt about that, but there's too many voices that chime in with too many stories that aren't on point for us. All right, so here we'll go to exit, which should prompt for a restart. I'm gonna pull the memory stick out and exit. And are you sure? Yes. And then, here's the startup menu right away. System information, system diagnostics, boot device options, BIOS setup, system recovery. We've been into BIOS setup already. That has not had any option for updating BIOS.
Have you been into BIOS setup with the flash drive plugged in?
No.
Try that.
All right. F1 is system information. F2 diagnostics. Now, did somebody say that they found BIOS through diagnostics? If we're going to be.
Oh, he said utilities.
Utilities.
You don't have utility.
Yeah, I don't have utilities. Okay. I think I'm going to punch through these quickly and see what they have. F1 system information. Here what we get is just a display of information. And then escape key to go back to the menu.
No, see, that is when it gets interesting. And then you go away with it again. Why do you do that, Doc? Because you're Doc?
Was that to me, Catherine, or were you talking to somebody else?
Yes, I talked to you. Because you're the only one with the name Doc in here. Are you?
Yeah, but you said that at the end of that whole long thing. I thought you were talking to your cat.
No, because my cats are not called Doc.
That doesn't help if you...
Unless I adopt a new cat and call it Doc to confuse
Catherine.
you even more, this is not happening. Yes?
Catherine, stop.
Yeah.
All right, repeat what you said because I wasn't listening. Can you accept that?
Yes, because it's what most men don't. Listen. So, press F1 and then you stay there for a little while with your camera so that I can see the screen. Because in there is the very important product number. Yes?
All right.
And
all right.
Always with the more interesting things, you go too fast and then they go away again. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Coming back to the keyboard camera, F1.
Yes, please.
All right. So here we go.
So, yes, see?
I'm going to try.
Now,
I'm still adjusting this to try to make it better.
1WC67AV.
You missed. It's not a 6. It's a 5. 1WC57AV.
1WC5 Alpha Delta.
1WC57AV.
57, yeah. Okay.
Got it?
Yes, I got it. Thank you.
Anything else on that screen?
Let me check if I find something else that is interesting on here. Because
all right.
You never know. Because these 12, okay. Born on date. Oh my God. 12/7/2017. System board ID H3.
Edwin, why don't you screenshot it?
Yeah, okay. It's I78550. Okay, 8th gen, 16 gigabyte. Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
But that was very useful. Thank you, Doc.
All right, you're welcome.
See, I say thank you too when I'm happy.
All right, thank you.
My aunt said hi.
Your aunt said hi. Hello, aunt.
Can't get her to come on screen though.
All right. So I'm using escape key to go back. So that was system information. F2 for system diagnostics. Got a flash on the screen. I expected that to come up pretty quickly. Oh, it's rebooting. That was bad behavior right there. Oh, and I actually got one all the way in. It's launching Windows now. I realize that's a
blue screen.
Oh, yeah, blue screen. You're right. Yeah, I looked away just before that hit. Yes?
I have an idea. Maybe utility. I forget the name of it, but there's a utility out there that might be able to tell you why that's blue screening, but I can't think of the name of it.
Hey, I've looked into those utilities. I've never been impressed with them. But what we have here is not just a blue screen. When it's encountering whatever crash or lockup it has, depending upon where that happens, it may trigger a blue screen or it may not. So I'm not very enthused about tracking down the reason for that blue screen. Now here's back up at Windows, and I've seen a couple of flickers that usually indicate
I can't remember
trouble.
the name of the utility.
I'm not interested in pursuing that now. Don't strain to find it. Yeah, so I got a full lockup symptom here. So I couldn't even explore that escape menu before getting a spontaneous restart. I'm really feeling like that even when I was sitting at that option menu, that's before any display drivers launch, which kind of makes it seem likely that we're not going to get stable performance just because we go into safe mode. So I'm going to try F2 again. Got a blinking cursor in the, not blinking, solid cursor in the upper left. Ah, here we go. Got into the BIOS. Not BIOS, the hardware diagnostics. And there's nothing in here that looks remotely possible to provide us an opportunity for a BIOS update. It's memory test and hard drive check. The hard drive check, there's a quick one and there's a long one. And the quick one passes. Here's the quick check. I can't swear if I did the extensive check on the drive. Here I'm selecting quick check, starting hard drive check, and it's finished. No, it's not. It's taken me to another menu for test hard drive 1, test all hard drives, select hard drives. So I did choose a quick test, so I'm going to choose all hard drives. This computer does have 2 drives. One's NVMe and the other is a spinning drive. We discovered that last Saturday.
That's a problem in the first place. The spinning.
Are you on the phone?
Hold on a minute. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chris. He muted himself. All right, passed. So that testing all drives, smart check passed, short DDT test in progress. It's got a minute 15 seconds to go. In the meantime, let's see, I see Winter Mute's comment at the bottom, but I'm going to go catch things in order. Lawn Dog, have you tried using the repair tools from a thumb drive available in Windows reinstallation tool? There's a repair feature in the beginning to repair boot problems. I've gone further than that, Long Dog. Before I got to the point where I'm at now, I did a upgrade installation to Windows 10, which I think does even better than the repair boot problems. But I have run the repair as well, but the computer does boot successfully until the computer locks up. So it doesn't really seem to me like a boot problem on the drive. And obviously we're getting all the way into the Windows 10 account selection, so Windows is running, but there's a problem at that point sometimes. Today it's been very consistent, but I had multiple days that I was able to get in routinely to stable Windows and install and uninstall software if I had an HDMI cable connected. Today, that is not the case. HDMI cable or not, still have the same problem. Looking for more orange. Let's go all the way down here then. My escape menu is different. You said you deleted all HP partitions. Yours don't have all the options because HP tool partitions was deleted. Now I could do the full image restore, which has the HP partition, if I wanted to get back to that. Trade in that HP for a Dell from Bob. And to get firmware management and diag screens, he had to install HP PC hardware diagnostics. Maybe a problem with the instability here. Yeah, this thing is very unstable for sure.
Doug,
go ahead.
A while back, I saw a guy that I watch on YouTube. Quite often had a video where his computer was locking up, like you say you've been experiencing, and it was because the SSD was dying. He had determined it was a bad SSD.
All right. That's a relevant point. I've come across that myself. I don't think that's the problem here because the smart reporting for the NVMe was reporting everything's good. Now it'd be interesting to know in that case, did you check the smart reporting? Did it report that it was bad?
I think he did, and it didn't report anything. He was just deducting that because his mouse was freezing and the whole computer was freezing up.
Okay.
His SSD was bad.
All right. Let's see. Moving down here, we've got smart tests and short DSD passed, and that was all drives. So that was a pass. Pressing Enter key to get back to main menu. And then there's memory test. Somebody was speculating memory. Since we're here, we'll go ahead and hit a memory test. Time remaining, nope, that's going to take an hour. It's called memory quick check, but it's estimating an hour. Go ahead, Catherine.
So I know it's a laptop, and but I wonder what happens if you take out the spinning drive and just leave the NVMe in, if it reacts the same way.
Yes.
Because if it doesn't, it will point to a hard drive failure, and
yes.
It may be because it's already 5 years old. Because I did the same with my laptop. I replaced a hard drive with an SSD, and my laptop is now faster than when I got it originally.
All right. Yeah, I can easily see that I may wind up taking out both drives that are in there currently and putting in a new NVMe drive and do a fresh install of Windows there and see what I get.
Just the new SSD.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Take those out. Just put in a new SSD. Yes.
That's what I said. You never listened to me, Catherine.
I did. You said NVMe.
Well, that's what it is.
I mean, I talk about if you have an NVMe and if you have a 2.5-inch drive. Yeah. I mean, take both out, but replace the spinning drive with an SSD.
I see what you're saying. 2.5. I see what you're saying. So you're favoring doing the fresh drive with an SATA SSD instead of another NVMe.
Yes, so you can be sure that at least the SSD is doing great. Yes.
All right. All right.
Just for trying, just to.
Okay. I understand.
To find out.
And that's probably easier for me to do anyway, to replace the 2.5-inch spinning drive with a SSD. And it's more likely that if either drive is actually causing a problem, it's more likely it's the spinning drive at fault.
Yes, but it also can be the NVMe at fault, because I had an Intel 600p failing after 5 years. So NVMe drives, they can fail, but it's more uncommon than spinning drive. Yes.
All right. Okay, let me move on. Here I'm going to catch up with a few comments. Speedy C, I would nuke and pave without connecting to the internet. I don't feel very attracted to that because we're having problem symptom before Windows even attempts to load in the escape menu options. But I understand your comment about reinstalling without being connected to the internet, and that is what I did. I did a nuke and pave, installed without connecting to the internet, but before I encountered symptoms, I had already connected to the internet and done Windows updates. So I think what this would be saying is thorough testing before ever connecting to the internet, although I'm still not sure if that really gets us to a long-term solution. Here's Wintermute's giving us some link. Well, that's use our HP PC hardware diagnostics tools to self-diagnose. That seems a little like we're beyond that. Maybe he's providing that for somebody else that asked. I don't know. He only has top chat turned on. You should be able to change your own YouTube from top chat to, I only have, okay, that's what he's saying. He's saying I'm not showing all messages. Mortant 1210, he only has top chat turned. That why can't see my chat. I know what I'm talking about on this matter. All right, well, let's fix that. Mortant, I know you from Carrie's channel. So I'm going to turn on live chat and I'm going to make you a moderator. And let's see, add moderator. So has Mortant been putting, here's something, but he didn't hit me in orange. So you got to hit me in orange if you want to be sure that I catch what you're saying, Mortant. Serial number will give you more information. We've been through the serial number already. We've been to the website with the serial number, and it was a configure to order computer, so that doesn't give us all the details about this computer. F9 with flash drive in, I've done that. It doesn't boot off of it. So I'm sorry, Mortant, I'm not seeing what you think I've been missing. All right. And let's go back. Okay, here's the next one. Chris says, if what I said did not make sense, I'll explain on Zoom.
You missed one of my messages.
Oh, all right. What was that? This one, my escape menu is different. You said you deleted all HP partitions. Yours don't have the options because HP Tools partition was deleted. I thought we did talk about that.
Yeah, if you have the HP Tools partition, you got more options.
Yeah, well, I could restore from the image backup that I did before I started doing any work, if I want to get to that point. All right, so there I've caught up. More time. Going for a walk. This should have been finished. Installing that was the solution. The firmware options missing in BIOS screens. It was probably a HP partition, which was deleted. Need to reinstall it. Well, again, I can restore the image.
Yeah, that's basically what I said.
All right. Yep. Okay, so let me move on here. And that's 89% done with the memory test. Time remaining 4 minutes, 40 seconds. I don't feel any optimism at all that this is where the issue is.
There's also
And
a hard drive test on there and in BIOS.
I just did that.
Okay, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right.
I'm confused today.
I agree with Doug.
All right. So I'm gonna escape this. There, that escape responded. And then exit from here. Are you sure? Yes. Now then, boot device options. We've been down that road. System recovery. Is that going to get us to starting in safe mode?
It should.
I don't know. I'm looking for the F11 key. It's way over there. There it is. There's F11.
On the HP desktop that I repaired a while back, even though I deleted all the HP recovery the actual HP recovery partition, with the fresh install of a Windows 10, it gave me the screen that you've got now.
Yeah, because that's coming from a ROM chip on the board. The diagnostics is in the BIOS, kind of like in the BIOS or whatever.
Yeah, diagnostics is in the HP BIOS. This window here is a Windows 10 recovery.
Yes, it's coming from the 4th partition.
Yeah.
The 900 meg partition.
All right, so then here's Catherine.
There is a setting that you can choose here in this that lets you reboot to the BIOS.
Setting you can choose, on this screen here, to get into BIOS. Yes, but we already are able to get into BIOS. That's not been an issue.
Mm-hmm. This is why I would open the PC, replace the HDD.
All right.
When we install and see if it works then.
Yeah. I'm open to doing that. I'd like to see if I can get into safe mode and try to run that BIOS update.
Since you can get to the lock screen on Windows 10, you could just press the power button on the lock screen, press restart and hold the shift key down.
Well, that only works if the computer is recognizing what I'm doing on the keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
If it's locked up before doing that, that's not going to work. So let me try troubleshoot. Let me try troubleshoot here. Advanced options. Startup settings. Change Windows startup behavior. I think that's the one that's going to get me to VGA mode or safe mode.
Yes.
Not firmware, not system restore, not command prompt, not startup repair. So startup settings. Yeah, there's the 4th one on that list is safe mode. So then I'll press enter to get restart, and then I should get to a screen that offers several choices. One of them should be safe mode. And Kenny Whitten has also said that in chat. And then here's the list of choices. It has a number next to each. Number 4 is safe mode. Pressing the number 4. And there we go. We got safe mode. Looks like you aren't connected to the internet. We know that. Close that window. And put in the USB memory stick. See if we can launch the BIOS update. Clicking on Windows File Explorer. Expanding this PC.
I like duck strings and all.
Let's see, I've got the data E drive is not the memory stick. F drive is not the memory stick. That's the second drive. G and H. So here's, yeah, it must be the H. It's labeled HP Tools, has HP Hewlett Packard folder, which has the BIOS update. And then the HP folder also has a BIOS update. So I got two folders that both have BIOS updates. I'm looking to see if I can recognize which one we should be doing. Current, new, previous. BIOS update. There's a bunch of files in the BIOS update folder. I know you can't see this very well. That's why I'm trying to speak out what I'm seeing. Can I get it better? I'm going to do a focus adjustment here. There. You can see that a little bit better anyway. Going back to the root level and then into the HP folder. There's similar folder names: BIOS, BIOS update, and dev FW. Current, new, previous. The new folder has nothing. Current folder has a few files. Let's see, what were those dates? April 16th, 2022. Previous folder is empty. All right, so now I'm looking for obvious program files. Those two folders, HP and Hewlett Packard, it didn't look obvious to me which one of those was more appropriate for us to go to. I'm looking for some kind of an executable program that we would have to be able to run. Let's see, do I have file extensions? Put the check mark for file extensions, so now we can see what's there. There's nothing like setup or executable or batch file that I've seen yet. Current folder has a couple of bin files and .s12 files. What version are we expecting this to be? Catherine, do you know?
What of the BIOS?
What version of BIOS are we expecting on this thumb drive?
A good question. Which one did you download?
I heard him say 33.
33?
Yeah.
All right. I was just wondering if it was...
I think you said it has 15.1 installed and 1533 would be the newest one.
All right. There's nothing here executable. Somehow it failed to create a bootable thumb drive, even though we tried that 2 or 3 times. Long Dog says this is frustrating. Yeah, welcome to my world.
Can you how do you say? Take the USB drive and go back to the big piece and download the BIOS manually?
Well, that's what I did. I don't know of any more manual way to download the BIOS than what we did. And and there was no instructions. Here's that. I've got that displayed on screen again. Here's what it was giving us, HP firmware pack, and that was just a file that I downloaded, and then when I double-clicked on that file, it actually extracted itself. Was there something about that extraction that gave us, might have been a different choice of what to do with it? There's download more drivers. That's just going to be the rest of the drivers for this computer, I think. What is it? So here's all drivers. Retracing steps. There's only one item in the BIOS section. There's two things in the diagnostic section. Here's firmware. For Intel solid state drive and Hynix SSD. So those are all firmware for SSDs, not of interest to us. The chipset, that's functional under Windows. That's not a BIOS update. Here's utility tools. HP connection option optimizer. That's not of interest. So going back up to BIOS, I'll do a fresh download of it. For best results, we recommend you use our download and install assistant. No thanks. I will download and install manually because I'm not on the computer that needs it. I'll show that in folder. Double click on that. Answer yes to unpack. Now, one option certainly would be to copy that file to the USB and unpack it directly on the laptop in safe mode. File origin, hard drive on this computer, more details. Let's see what else is in here. Firmware pack version F.33, that's what we're getting. This package provides a tool to update the firmware for the supported computer models that are running a supported operating system. So this is claiming to have a tool. Provides enhanced security, transition to updated BIOS version, download the file by clicking the download or obtain software button and saving the file to a folder on your hard drive. Make note of the folder where the file is saved. Double-click the downloaded file and follow the on-screen instructions, which included creating a USB memory stick, and it did actually copy files to it because we formatted the memory stick before doing that option, and it put those files on the thumb drive, but it's not a bootable thumb drive, and there's no executable programs on that. I've seen before the drivers from HP just be flawed. Things are just not set up right.
In the download package,
yeah,
do you have a readme.txt?
Now let's go look at that. So here I'm going to extract this to a new folder with the same number of this update and -new. So this is going to create a fresh folder, and we'll go look and see. See, we're into things where we're pulling our different experiences as technicians and finding a way to go around HP's mistake and get this BIOS installed. So here's that folder. I'm displaying it to you. So then there's only a single file in here, BIOS update exe, and that is what offers to create a thumb drive. So I double click on that. It's not going to install on this computer. BIOS update exe. Now, if I were launching this on the subject computer, would that provide something different? I don't know. So we're waiting for the next window to pop up. It takes a little while before it pops up. I see it on the taskbar. It's on the right side of the open programs. And I'm thinking that it's not going to come up on its own. I think I went and clicked to bring it forward in previous instances. So I'll move the mouse down here to that icon, just float the mouse, and there we can tell that is it. And I'll click on it to restore it. This is the HP BIOS update and recovery utility. It can update the system BIOS on this device. So if I run that program file in safe mode on the laptop, we will get a different experience than when we're trying to create a thumb drive. Click next. And now this is copy the BIOS image to any file location. So I'll use that to copy it to the thumb drive.
How, if you open the exe in the HP?
That's what I just said. Open the executable on the HP. That's what I just said. That's what I'm pursuing doing. All right. Let's see. Nope. I need to get the thumb drive out of the HP and put it back in Big Beast build. And the laptop is still stable in safe mode. That's good news.
Yeah, that's good news, because that really points to a driver.
Yeah. I need a light. All right, then here's that BIOS update. I'm gonna take this whole folder, right click on it and choose copy. Scroll down to that drive and it hasn't shown up yet. I had that problem before, didn't I? Getting Big Beast Build to recognize that thumb drive. And I should hear the chime.
Maybe the thumb drive is bad too?
I've been having issues with USB ports on Big Beast Build. I'm more inclined to think it's that. There it is.
Doug,
Yes.
you can start up the laptop with safe mode with network.
Yeah. Is there, I considered that when I saw the startup options. Is there a reason why we want network for this?
If you want to download from the HP, the BIOS.
Yeah, I could. I'm already on path to just copy that to the USB memory stick. I think that's going to be quicker. So here, copy, let's see, right click on the folder, copy, and then it's this HP Tools is the name of it. Right click and paste. There it is. Close that window, eject. The thumb drive and then go move it back to the laptop. Wire just would not let go of my shoe. All right, here's back on camera, the laptop, still in safe mode, thumb drive connected, opening File Explorer. On the left-hand side, click on HP Tools, and then double-click the folder, and here it is, BIOS Update. The computer feels pretty responsive. Double-click, here's extracting. Oh, inside Flash cannot load the driver. Please close all applications. If you run this utility in Windows 10, please run as administrator. Okay, we'll just run again as administrator. They want close all applications. Oh, it's running anyway. HP BIOS recovery. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that, and we'll just run it again with administrator. So I'll right-click on the executable file and choose Run as Administrator. I know I've done BIOS updates from an executable without choosing as administrator, but here, so now this window is titled Error. Bring this up closer. Certainly doesn't seem like a normal expectation for this. Inside Flash cannot load the driver. Please close all applications. If you run this utility in Windows 10, please run as administrator. I did run as administrator. I'll close File Explorer, and then click OK. And again, the update utility appears. Click Next. Here's oh, this is interesting. The first option here for update says this BIOS update is blocked on this device. Okay, that's not welcomed.
I'm wondering if it's, I'm wondering if it expects to not be in safe mode to do this.
Yeah, I was a little skeptical that this would work in safe mode because a lot of things that I've tried to do in safe mode, you just get, nope, can't do that in safe mode without the word sorry added to the end. So that could be blocked. Or how about the security options? If we've got, I'm forgetting the name of that security option in BIOS that prevents changes from being made. So I'm inclined that's the next thing to do there. Any other comments on that?
Secure boot.
Yeah, secure boot. We need to disable that. Let's see. William's got a link for how to update BIOS. Okay, I'm not going to go there now. I'm pretty well familiar with how to update BIOS unless you see something there that we're missing. So you should get a safe mode. Sorry about Zvi, go ahead.
I'm suspecting that this BIOS 33 is depending on earlier BIOS, but not mentioned by HP.
That this BIOS that's currently installed is defending against?
No,
is that?
No. The BIOS F33, it depends on an earlier BIOS to install.
Okay, that this BIOS might require an
but
intermediate.
I don't know which BIOS to install first.
All right.
Before it.
Well,
This BIOS is from 2021.
Yeah.
It's too new.
That's possible. But then we should have had other BIOS choices available.
There are in the where you download the BIOS. There is earlier versions.
All right, we'll go back and take a look at that now because I didn't.
I tried some to download and to see how to install. There are several installations. It's not constant.
Okay, so here I'm
go
just...
to the BIOS. Check. Click on the yes. You see download previous.
Yeah. All right. Good catch. Oh wow, yeah. All right. So, does this have any prerequisites noticed here? This package provides a tool, provides enhanced security. See full details.
Nothing there.
Description. Associated installation instructions. Oh, this is probably what somebody was recently put a link into chat about. Download the file by clicking download to obtain software button, save the file to the hard drive. Well, that doesn't give us anything different. Revision history.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go next.
Yeah, that sounds possible. So this one we're dealing with now is F.31, I suppose, which supersedes all previous. See, I would think that they would put in a prerequisite in here if you had to be at a certain level before installing this one, but maybe there's something else in here. Supersedes all previous, provides improved stability, supersedes all previous, improved stability, supersedes all previous, provides improved security UEFI. Turns the power off on certain unused items to reduce power. Fixes intermittent issue or audio. Provides improved stability. So these are all other older versions. And the version we currently have is what? Anybody remember?
You said before E10?
E10?
Yes. So
all right.
It's a very large gap between E33 and E10. So yes.
Yeah, what was it? Maybe it was F10.
Something else. William said the F15.
F15? That sounds familiar to me. And this date, 2017. I'm inclined to think that's what it was. So we could try any random one that's not too far past that and see if we can get at least a successful update occur. So we got the message saying that the BIOS update was blocked. That's 2020. So I'm inclined to go just a few levels newer. So these are 31 through 13, and all of this was the descriptions about those. All right, got it. Fixes gives us nothing. Associated files gives us nothing. So the only thing here of interest is to download one of these. I'm inclined to just pick one kind of in the middle here, unless somebody's got a better reason for choosing something. It's downloading now. Safe mode with networking gets to the HP site. I don't feel very attracted to that because how unstable this is when we have lockup problems before even Windows tries to launch. Link how to update BIOS. Oops, that jumped. HP laptop, this BIOS update is blocked on this device. So there's a link regarding that message. It's to HP forums. They only give us one choice for BIOS update. I never had to run BIOS update exe in safe mode before. Run the exe on HP when not in safe mode, but within Windows. I'd love to do that, Sam, but the computer won't let us get there long enough. Come on, dog. Go ahead.
Now you are in safe mode. Try to uninstall the drivers also.
Oh, all right. All right, sure. I'm going to finish up.
Yes.
Yeah, since we're here.
Did you can run it now because you might as well just try, see what happens.
Sure. Sure.
You have to download the DDU.
Oh, yeah, we have to download that uninstaller. Right?
No, you have to download the DDU. It's not a install program. It's standalone. I think so.
Okay, so you're saying I need to download the video.
No, the DDU.
The DDO. You're saying the letters of that.
DDU.
DDU. Yeah.
Display driver uninstaller.
Okay.
I put the link in the
I put it in
chat.
Okay, good. We'll get there. We'll get there. Nope, we need to check this out. Kind of need a little more from you, Kenny, on why. Well, that's a document. All right, we'll try it. I'm a little skeptical, leery of clicking on every link somebody puts in without much information about why. Recovering the BIOS. BIOS becomes corrupted. If you experience falling system after restarting, Windows do not start, caps lock keys blink, or computer beeps. No, that's not my symptom. Computer stops at blank or black or blank. Recover BIOS using key press combination. Really? Have an HP BIOS restore tool. Might be recover from earlier version. Restore basic functionality. This tool might or might not work in the event of BIOS corruption. Connect the power cord. Hold Windows key and the B. Oh yeah, Chris, you went through this recently. Windows key and B at the same time. Press and hold the power button for 2 to 3 seconds. Release the power button, but continue pressing Windows and B keys. You might hear a series of beeps. HP BIOS update. See, this doesn't really feel like our need, because we can get into BIOS. We don't have a corrupted BIOS. We can get into BIOS. This would be for resetting the BIOS when you can't even get into the BIOS. But we could get into the BIOS and choose restore default settings there. I'm not feeling very attracted to that. Let's see, that was this one. Jonathan F15, BIOS F15. You can always have a Windows PE pre-installation environment, USB, and then BIOS update exe. That might work. Yeah. All right. I can buy that, Sam. Catherine. Oh my gosh. These YouTube both just described that. That's right. All right. Display driver. This is for that DDU, display driver uninstaller. And this is from a site called guru3d.com. Completely uninstall NVIDIA without leaving leftovers behind. Can normally be uninstalled from Windows Control Panel, yada, yada, yada. It's kind of speed reading if I need something there more specific.
Word of warning, be very careful which download button you press.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been there, done that.
Because it's got that's got driver update.
Oh, yeah, this one here.
Trash.
Don't do this. When you see this X for add choices, never click on one of those. I guess it warrants saying why. It's usually going to be junkware.
Yeah.
It may come with other gremlins with it. And it
very possibly, yes.
Yeah. These websites like this one, the way they make money is by turning on advertisements, but they don't have much control about what advertisements show up. And all the gremlin people on the internet that are trying to do whatever with your computer, they will advertise in those types of panels. Download the display driver. I got a little sidetracked there. We have extensive thread. Tool can be used normal. The tool can be used in normal mode, but for absolute stability when using DDL, safe mode is best. Okay.
Yes, I said it before.
I understand that, Catherine. You don't have to tell me that every time I say something that you said before. Okay? Credit Catherine. It's best to execute the DDU folder completely from any security software to avoid usage. It's best to execute the DDU folder completely from any security software. I think they're just saying disable your security software when you run this. NVIDIA has nothing to do with this. I do not work. All right. Windows 7 up to 11, recommended usage, must disconnect internet, completely block Windows Update when running DDU. DDU should be used when having a problem uninstalling, installing a driver, when switching GPU brand. Oh, yeah, specifically. Yeah, of course, this is specifically GPU. Should not be used every time you install a new driver unless you know what you're doing. All right. Will not work on a network drive, used on a local C. The tool can be used in normal mode, absolute stability, safe mode. We saw that already. Normal mode, clean reboot. We don't need that. Make a backup system. I already have backup. Best to exclude DDU folder completely from any security software. All right. Here's the download locations. I'm on West Coast. Downloading driver license. Please link to the previous page. Oh, it downloaded. And it's a zip file. Show in folder. I'll move the USB memory stick back to Big Beast. All right, then right click on that tab. Let's go ahead and extract all first.
That copy also the BIOS that you download.
Yeah, it's the same thumb drive, so it's there.
No, the new one.
Oh, I didn't download a new one yet. Thank you for saying that. We haven't done that yet. So we want to grab one of those intermediate BIOS downloads. I don't think I downloaded it yet. It might be, oh yeah, it is sitting down there at the bottom of the screen. So yeah, we'll go adjust that more closely in a moment. So here I'll right click and paste. And that puts this folder here. Guru3d.com-DDU. I just don't like extra periods in a file name. Clean that up a little bit. Go into that folder, be sure it's there. And it looks like that's what we're going to run. And that is an NFO file. Okay, so now we'll go back and get that, or confirm that, which one that I got. Where is that at? Sorry, I'm clicking through these, trying to find where we did that BIOS download. That was the instructions. Ah, here. So what I downloaded was this SP88275. Don't tell me which one that was. I remember that I picked one in the middle. June 1, 2018. There's a few in 2018. Okay, I'm just going to redo this. So that was 88275, which is the one that I did before. I'm making a note. It's SP88275.exe, and that was version number. Silly goose, it doesn't show us that on this screen. So I got to go back. Oh, should have wrote that down to begin with. Expand there, and then previous version. F.24. There it is. That is a different SP number, SP88696. All right, scratch the other one. Show in folder, right click, cut, Alt Tab to get to my thumb drive, right click, paste. And I'm going to change the name on that to say that it is F24. Okay, so we have the DDU, we have the new BIOS. Take a look at chat before I move on.
Doug, also
yes.
Download the graphic for NVIDIA from HP.
I heard you say download, and then I was kind of muffled before you said HP.
Okay, download from HP the driver for NVIDIA for this computer.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So I'll go back to the list of drivers. Waiting for this to expand. Try clicking again. There they are. Driver graphics. And then
NVIDIA.
Here's, yeah, I see that NVIDIA here. There, I wonder if it's duplicative. Does this one exist up here? No, it doesn't. That's 1809 is what's unique there. 1903. So these are indicating what Windows 10 version they belong to. So this one, NVIDIA, isn't limited to a specific Windows 10 version. Oh, but it's older. Down here, 1809, 1803. 1903 is the most recent showing. It's 2019. I'm leaning towards this one. These are Intel graphics drivers. So I'm thinking this one here. Shows up there in the bottom left corner. Go show in folder. It's unconfirmed download, meaning it's not finished yet. The browser still says 3 seconds left. That hasn't refreshed yet, so I'll refresh it. It seems like sometimes it refreshes without clicking on that. There's 2:40 p.m., which confirms. So this, I'm going to make a note, SP 96243 is NVIDIA most current. Right click, cut, Alt tab to get to the thumb drive. Right click, paste. Wow, that must be big.
Yes, these are huge drivers usually. They're like half a terabyte.
Yeah, 680 megabytes. Wow.
Sure, it's megabytes.
Quick look at chat. Any thoughts on what a bad battery for BIOS would cause? Here's Windows PE. And let's see. F15 crack there. Here's a Windows PE image I've used before. I have one on hand. Thank you, Sam. It tells you how to reset the CMOS at the end of that link. That was a link from Kenny Whidden. Tells you how to reset the CMOS. All right. Is that just those hotkeys in the power sequence? I think I probably discovered that after he made that comment. Going to orange. Sam, I'd like to join the Zoom, but my emails are being slow. Internet having issues. Thank you for the intention, Sam. So if your internet's having issues, certainly you don't want to come in. All right. Switch back to that folder. There, it's finished, and I'm going to modify that name to say that that's NVIDIA driver. Okay, so this is a F24 BIOS. I'm going to label that even a little better.
We got 12 people in here. We got a nice crowd.
Then that's all I need there. Well, am I missing anything that we said we wanted to copy over?
So you have the DDU?
Yes, I have the DDU. It's right here.
And you have the Intel, yes?
We have the NVIDIA and we have the BIOS. We did not get an Intel video driver.
Okay.
Should we do that too?
Oh no.
I don't. Was that
So
Javi saying no?
We said no.
We said no. Okay. I didn't feel it was that we needed either. All right. Eject that thumb drive.
Doug, pay attention when you are starting Windows regularly, not to go to the internet. Not connect to the internet. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Only after installing the driver of the NVIDIA driver.
All right. Oh, I could. How about just like disabling the Wi-Fi while we're still in safe mode to prevent it from connecting?
Yes, switch off the Wi-Fi if you like.
Yeah, it doesn't have a hardware switch for Wi-Fi. It has a function key switch. Coming back.
Windows, it has a switch too where you can do it.
Well, once you're in Windows, yeah. But if I get that far into Windows, it's going to connect. Device currently in use.
You can disable it from the device manager.
Yeah. So here we're at. All right, now we're going to uninstall those device drivers with the DDU. We're not doing a flash BIOS update here because that's blocked. So I'll cancel this window. I'm going to first go disable that Wi-Fi. Go into Device Manager. And then network adapters.
Hi, Sam.
Hello.
Oh, Sam, you came in.
Yeah, internet finally a bit better.
All right. Yeah, the Wi-Fi is not on the network adapters right now while we're in safe mode. I deduce it's because I started safe mode without network support. So the network driver is not even showing up. I'm inclined to just use that airplane mode key as Windows is starting. Could restart in safe mode with networking support and disable it. Now, Javi,
Yes.
when just processing this through, because I'm trying to do all buttons and stuff and not thinking things through as well as I think you're able to, but when I restart trying to get into, well, we want safe mode with networking. We want to get, when we next time go into normal mode, we want to do that without Wi-Fi enabled. And was that to prevent a Windows update from occurring before I have a chance to stop it? What is the reasoning for that?
Yes. Prevent
All right.
the Windows update. Download.
All right. All right. How about if I go into update settings, and will it let me postpone updates? Nope, won't let me do anything in Windows Update while we're in safe mode. All right, now it's not working.
You can try the service, disable the service.
Disable the Wi-Fi as a service. All right.
No, the Wi-Fi, the update, Windows updates.
Say that again.
Windows updates in the service. Disable
Windows updates in the services. Okay, so I'm using Windows key R and then services.msc, enter, and then go to Windows Update, disable that service. right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right. So I type WIN to get down to the Windows section. See, how's this showing? And then I'll just arrow down to get to Windows Update. And here's Windows Update. It shows us manual trigger. I'm going to right click on it, choose Properties, click on the startup type, which is set currently to manual and change to disabled. Click OK. All right. Seems to me there might be one or two other services as well. Is that sufficient?
I think that this is the main.
That's the main one. Yeah, I agree with that. All right. Then let's
Now
see.
DDU.
Now the DDU. All right. I've got the thumb drive in. Launch File Explorer. Maneuver to the HP Tools. And I think they advise to run it from the C drive. Remember, right? I'm going to copy that. Go to the C drive. Right click in the blank area, choose Paste. How about we just go ahead and copy everything else? HP Tools, we wanted this BIOS update and the NVIDIA driver. Copy. I'm going to make this SW setup folder. Right click and paste. Quick look at chat. Don't see any more orange there. I do see people discussing issues, but I'm not going to read through them all if you haven't put me in orange. There's those two files, and I'll go back up to the parent level.
Doug,
yes.
How do you go in orange?
How do I what?
How do you put comments in orange?
Oh, in the chat, you put comments in orange. I'll demonstrate by whoever you're wanting to address. Like, let's say I'll address Lawn Dog. So I'd start with the @ sign, then type LO, and his name pops up. So I click on that and then type my message to Lawn Dog. He's turning us off. It's wasting time. But it's a good lesson on how to turn it off. And I remember correctly, there actually was 3 services to Windows Update. Turning this off is only, oh, he's saying turning off Windows Update is a waste of time. So I'm going to say thanks for participating. And now when I press enter, this @Lawn Dog shows up in orange for him. I don't see it in orange. But when you put a message into chat using @LI and then click on my channel name there and then type your message, that message is going to show up. Well, this part of it is going to show up in orange on my screen. Did you follow that, Josh?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Coming back to the computer. Here we'll launch DDU. And then launch DDU from there. It's going to extract to SW setup / guru 3. Have some more characters to the name, but that's enough. So I'll go back up to the SW setup. Oh, put it right here. That's .com, but that's a folder. That's a download. Must be in here. Yeah, there we go. Display driver uninstaller.exe. I'm going to right click, run as administrator. Don't know if that's required, but it's not going to hurt. Message, display driver uninstaller. This seems to be the first time you launch DDU. Before using, please note that by using DDU, depending on your problems and configurations, it could help or make things worse. You should have a backup. Check. You should read the license, README, and terms of service. 10% check. We are not responsible for any damage or loss of any kind. Check. We are always willing to help if there's a problem. Oh, unusual. General options. Remove Say again?
It's nice because most they do not even put it in.
Yeah, yeah, that was good stuff. Makes me feel good about the creator. Remove present, non-present monitors. Save log files in startup path. Create a system restore point. Automatically check for DDU updates on startup. Remove Vulkan runtime. Show offers from our partners. I'll remove that check mark. NVIDIA specific. Remove C NVIDIA driver folders. Remove PhysX is not selected. Remove 3D TV Play, GeForce Experience, bunch of other stuff. AMD specific options. This is not an AMD computer, so not concerned about that. Intel specific. Remove Intel control panel installed from Microsoft Store. And advanced options. Enable safe mode dialog. Not recommended until you tested safe mode manually. Prevent downloads of drivers from Windows Update. Oh, there we go. Prevent downloads of drivers from Windows Update when Windows searches for a driver for a device.
You want to tick. Yes.
Yeah, I took that one.
Yeah.
All right. Some of the rest of that might be superfluous, but I'm inclined to leave it checked as is. Anybody disagree?
I'm happy.
You're happy with that?
Yes.
I'd like to hear from Javi. Are you happy with those choices? Maybe
it's not okay.
Okay, great.
More points to Catherine.
Well, more points to Catherine. All right. Dennis says, by the way, clearly the display works without a driver, so disregard what I said earlier. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Dennis. All right. Oh, Londog. I love the participation and interacting and hearing other people's ideas on approach to repair. They're all valid in most cases. Absolutely. Big green thumbs up. Londog, I agree with you. And that's why I enjoy doing this way. My vote would have been to do the BIOS first before we go into removing display drivers. I probably would have voted that too, but we just can't get a stable enough system to get there.
No.
Sometimes bad things happen when you remove display drivers, reinstall new ones. I'm not being cynical. It's just sometimes unexpected things happen. Yeah, unexpected things can happen if you turn a computer on.
Yes.
Or if you're in the presence of a computer that is on.
Yes, that too, especially if it's called Dell or HP.
Yeah. I'm going to stick with Londog here a little bit. By the way, on older machines, have you guys ever noticed in Windows 10 on older machines that when you look at the drivers, there's a little yellow mark on some of them? It's my understanding. Yeah, I've seen that, and I've been able to track down and fix that on occasions, but sometimes I just see it doesn't cause any performance problem, and I'll just let it go. That is a Microsoft basic driver.
A part of that comment, Captain.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Josh, we didn't hear what you said because I
said thank you, Kaplan, for making me a part of that comment about that Windows setting up to look like Windows XP.
Oh, okay. Any thoughts on what I just said? Oh, that is a Microsoft Basic driver, and it's used because the manufacturer of that device did not make an update, and therefore Microsoft defaults to a basic driver. Well, what I've experienced is that HP will provide the updated drivers for graphics controllers. And I feel that's a lot more reliable than taking the graphics drivers straight from NVIDIA, for instance. And I have often found when I go to a graphics website and try to find the specific model of graphics adapter I have from an HP or Dell computer, it's not listed on their website. And I deduce it's not listed there because those drivers are intended to go through the manufacturer's website of the computer, Dell or HP.
Yes, and they also stop after certain years to maintain the drivers.
Yeah. Okay, I need to skip reading all of these. I'm sorry, it's just taken too much time.
Hey, Captain.
And again, there's not in orange.
Do you know when they stopped doing that? Do you know what year they stopped doing that?
Sorry, doing what?
Do you know what year they stopped making updates for HPs and Dell?
Yeah, I think it varies depending upon the model. The manufacturers of display drivers they'll be doing that when they choose for a particular driver. I don't think there'd be any set time. Let me move forward, please. All right, so here we're back at, we've decided those options are fine. Caught up with chat, click and close. And that puts me to this window, detected operating system, Windows 10. I'll put that up a little bit. Then we got a button here for clean and restart, highly recommended. That button is not clickable, it's grayed out. Clean and do not restart is the next button. Clean and shut down is the next button. It's got a log file here of things, and over here select device type and select device, set Windows device installation settings to default, automatically install drivers. I'm trying to comprehend here. What is, yeah, go ahead.
You have to choose the type, the hardware.
That's what it looks like to me. Have to choose a device type. So GPU is what we want to uninstall, and it automatically filled in NVIDIA, but the drop-down list
also Intel. But
it also,
the process is separated for each drive.
Yeah, so it looks like I'd have to run this again if I wanted to uninstall the Intel drivers.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so here we'll go ahead. I've selected GPU, NVIDIA.
Yes.
And then, yes?
I just joined in my car. I don't know if you hear any noise or not background. You can mute me if you do though. I'm driving, so I can't hit any buttons.
All right.
I'm sorry if you hear any background noise. It's road noise.
No, so far I'm not hearing any road noise. So we'll leave your microphone open. If I hear some noise coming up, I'll go mute it.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me know. All right. I'm looking for a button to click on. Oh, up here, these buttons are available now. They're clickable. So clean and restart, or clean and do not restart, or clean and shut down. I'm inclined to do clean and not restart so that we could also do the Intel.
No.
Yes.
You do
this. Yes. Yes.
All right, you're on.
Don't restart.
Don't restart, because Zavi says we should do the Intel driver as well. And Catherine's saying do a restart. We don't need to uninstall the Intel. Is that right?
Oh, I say do the restart, then check. It still doesn't work, then you do the
Then
Intel.
do the Intel?
Yes.
All right.
Because if you do both together, if you have another problem, you don't know what it is. It's stupid if you do both together.
Josh, I saw you laugh, a real big belly laugh from that, but you were muted apparently. And Jim was muted too. He might have had a big laugh from Catherine's outburst there. You could have accomplished that more politely, Catherine. It's quite rude
Sorry,
to.
but then I get angry and then I'm no longer polite.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go on record. That was not polite. Yes,
I'm
Javi.
sorry. Take a point from Catherine, because you have to uninstall both drivers. We are not trying to see what happened if there or there.
Okay, so that is both of these technically experienced people adamantly disagreeing with each other, and I have to make a choice. What?
I think I'm with the V. You do both drivers,
the
Intel and NVIDIA.
All right, which basically, to Catherine's side of the argument, means that we won't be able to know which of them solved the problem. But then moving forward, we may reinstall those drivers one at a time and discover it. I'm not really feeling like it's all that critical of a difference. We'll get to the right result. If we get to the right result, I think we'll get to the right result either path. Catherine, I know you probably disagree, but let me just move past that.
Yeah, do what you want, but then afterwards don't complain, please.
Okay, I'm not. All right.
Because otherwise I get even more angry. Yes.
Yeah, I know you. I know you do.
That's fine, but then afterwards don't complain and don't pout. Yes.
Have you ever seen me complain and pout?
I saw it with Josh already. It's fine.
You saw it with Josh. All right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Moving on. So we've got now GPU NVIDIA. I'm clicking clean and do not restart. Here we've got in the log section, HD audio adapters removed.
Your Dennis Google Earth timer is done.
Oh, Alexa, add 2 hours.
2 hours added.
Dennis, that was, you just put something in chat. That was to Dennis. What Alexa was just reminding me to do.
It was the alarm to put the name on the map.
Yeah. Okay, so this did remove complete, starting registry cleanup. It's not finished yet. So we're still waiting for that to finish. We'll go catch up in chat. Did I have a highlight? Yeah, so I did read that. Going for orange. Dennis, because you're in safe mode, running basic display driver. Okay, that yes was responding to some specific question, but I don't know which question he was responding to. Lawn Dog, I can't get rid of these yellow flags. So many of my older machines have these and they work perfectly fine. Oh, he's responding to Wintermute. I'm trying to remember what the name of that one that so often comes up with HP computers. SM something or other.
SM bus?
SM bus something. It's a little bit more. SM bus something. I say do not restart and uninstall Intel as well. It's from Dennis. Bob Connors, my Alexa just all right. Sorry about that, Bob. I guess I could push my mute button before I give my Echo device an instruction. Aliaz Tapaj, hello to you as well. I'm fine, thank you. Results of the last vote. The ayes have it, he's saying. Dennis, GeForce MX150 latest driver. SM bus controller, exactly, that's it, Kenny Whitten. That's what I've seen exclamation marks happen a lot. And I have found if you go into device ID, you right click for the device. Let's see, this isn't an HP, so I can't show it here, but you go into device manager, right click on that SM bus controller device, get the hardware ID and search for that on a Google search. And you can often get to a driver that will be the fix for it. And I think it's an Intel driver, and it may not specifically be listed for that computer, but I've had that process solve it. You know what? I can do one step better than that.
Oh no.
Where did I go that?
Why do all behave as if a restart takes 15 minutes? Damn it.
SM bus controller. I'm taking a little squirrel here because I know how to have that here. HP missing drivers.
Usually the SMB bus is relative to the chip controller.
Yeah.
Yes,
so here's
chipset.
Okay, so let me tell Kenny, here's what I have in my notes on it. And I'm not going to read through this now. I'm not going to give you enough time to read through this, but this is notes that I have on SM bus controller, and actually this whole page here has to do with missing drivers. But I think if you come back and pause the video here and read through that, maybe that'll help you. So moving on. Here I've got clean uninstall completed. Would you like to exit now? I'm going to answer no. Then close that help window about not being connected to the internet. And then I'll select the GPU Intel and click over here, clean and restart. Yes? Zavi, was there anything else you wanted to do before we restart?
No, restart.
Catherine, I'm going to kick you out if you keep yelling like that. It's unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. You can speak your opinion in your position without yelling. Yelling is not any more likely to get me to do what you are commanding. You are commanding it. No, that's got to stop.
If you want to install the BIOS, you can try now. Else, when the Windows will get started.
That was yeah. If we do the BIOS too, we get nothing about it. I think I'm going to side with restarting before attempting to do the BIOS.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. The subject of yellow mark. And Lawn Dog, you're putting a lot of stuff here. I need to stop staying with you on that issue and continue with this laptop. Aliaz, you have a problem with drivers? No, Aliaz, you haven't. Obviously, you came in late. Sorry, you're not up to speed with us. That's not applicable. Maybe we talk about the yes, Lawn Dog. We could talk about in the future. Love to do a session with you. Love for you to actually come into the Zoom session. And okay, coming back here and restart. Clean and restart. So this should show some log actions that it's doing here for uninstalling things. Executing setup API. Let's see, it started, there's got 4 items that it's done so far. Uninstalling Intel driver is there. And then HD audio adapters removed. GPU removed from device manager. Monitors and hidden monitors removed. Lawn dogs haven't read the whole thing through yet, but let's see, go here. Oh my God, I have to show my ugly face. I'm swimming in computers. I'm swimming in external hard drives. I'm swimming in microphone setups. I'm swimming in audio setups. But I really limited on cameras. Yeah, do you have a cell phone? It's a whole lot more interesting when people come on with their cameras on as far as making good YouTube content. And that's why I like for people to come in with their cameras on. Some don't want to do their cameras, and they're okay. But I do ask for it if you're at all willing. Now, which button will it? Go back here to the computer. It is rebooting. There it's got the username. And here we're back into Windows. I've got mouse. I can click on the Windows key. I can press the keyboard Windows button. I'm going to go check and make sure that, well, let's disable the Wi-Fi. That's the quickest route. To stop it, I'll disconnect from the Wi-Fi. And then I'm going to go open network and internet settings, click on Wi-Fi, and then turn off Wi-Fi. So that'll stop us from getting any other updates. Aliaj is asking what the problem is today. I might go ahead and summarize it again because we're maybe getting to the end of today's live stream. Some people saying hello. Lawn dog. And yes, I am somewhat rude, tired repair technician. I still use a flip phone. Freaks people out. Oh, how about that? But I have been given a smartphone of reasonable sophistication. All right, so that means he does have a cell phone that he can come on with. Just need to sign up for a service. You know what, Lawn Dog, maybe we're going too far into the camera for you. Why don't you send me an email? We'll do a little correspondence about how we can set it up. Lawn Dog, I do computer repair. Let's say that I did because there's no money in it. At least it never was for me. I'm pretty poor when it comes to expenses. I'm very, very wise. All right, I'm going to skip back to our project at hand here. We're in Windows. So far, it's responsive and working. It doesn't necessarily.
Now open the device manager and see what's there.
All right. Here we go, device manager. I could probably get it on my capture device so you get a better view. Oh, here's that SM bus controller. Yeah, we got a bunch of exclamation marks here. But we haven't done any HP driver installs yet. So the fact that SM bus controller is here is not the same as Lawn Dog's symptom. And then let's go to display adapters. See what we got. We have Microsoft basic display adapters, all we have. So then next on the plate is we could do the BIOS update, or we can install display drivers. My inclination is the BIOS update. Comments?
You can try the F33.
That was an intermediate BIOS?
The last BIOS, yes.
Okay, and Catherine, your comment?
You may not get far with the BIOS, so I would do the graphics drivers.
The graphics drivers. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
And Javi, were you saying BIOS first or graphics? I'm sorry.
No, graphics.
You were saying graphics first. So both of you are on the same side.
And first the NVIDIA driver.
First video driver. Okay.
All
right.
You give it a haircut.
I feel like I could go either way, but I'm going to go with the graphics driver since you're both on the same side of that.
Sometimes I agree. Sometimes, not always. Sometimes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely don't mind when you don't disagree. I just need not the yelling. Well, I know you don't perceive it as yelling, but it comes across that way.
No.
Yeah. All right. So here I'm going to go into that SW setup folder. And the graphics drivers you guys both said, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
Jimmy, all right. Did you get a haircut?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you get a haircut?
Last week, I think.
Oh, okay.
All right. Back to subject at hand. Keyboard, camera. So here. Oh, my brain's turning to mush. Let's see, there's a BIOS update NVIDIA driver. We're saying the NVIDIA driver to update now, correct?
Correct.
Correct. All right.
Yes.
All right, good. Double clicked on it. Answer yes.
NVIDIA,
and then I've got a next button. And then accept the license agreement. And click next. And it's going to save files in this SP96243. I'm going to add to that hyphen NVIDIA so that later when I'm looking at those folder names, I know what they are. Click next. While we're waiting for that, Aliaz, I see your comment about using Intel to auto-detect Intel drivers. We're after an NVIDIA driver now, and we already have the drivers downloaded to the computer. So I'll pass on that, but noted your comment. The driver, oh, interesting. We got a message, the driver is not supported on this OS version. So those drivers were probably published for Windows 7, since this is a 2017 era computer.
The first version of Windows 10 released was 2015.
Yeah.
You're right. I was thinking that through as I was saying it, thinking this doesn't feel right. So how is this, the driver is not supported on this OS version? That seems odd.
So what does it say in device manager? It doesn't have an NVIDIA, it doesn't know it yet. It doesn't.
Say that again, please.
In device manager.
Yeah.
It doesn't show yet which NVIDIA GPU it has put in.
Yeah, okay, I'm going into device.
Like a special build. This is not this was specially ordered.
Yes, it was.
So
So at any rate, that
so what happens if you just go to the NVIDIA, do you know which MX GPU was in there? for GPU, notebook GPU?
I do not.
Okay, that's.
I thought it was an MX150.
Now, we haven't done the BIOS update yet.
Doug,
Yes.
I put a link for NVIDIA from NVIDIA driver.
All right.
But you can download the NVIDIA driver installer and it will just. Okay, what? Why?
I think.
Why
Yes,
39907?
This link is for the MX115.
Okay. So I did a right click and open a new window. So here it is. This download includes the NVIDIA graphics driver option to additionally install GeForce Experience application. There's the download now button. Additional information. All right. So download now. And watch in the bottom left corner. Your driver download should be completed soon. Waiting. Doesn't seem to be downloading. We don't need the latest GeForce news.
You have to accept.
Oh, there it is down here. NVIDIA website uses cookies to deliver experience. For further details, we just click accept the cookies. And now watching the bottom left corner to see if that downloads. No, that didn't do it. Let's try that round again. Return to driver's details. Download now. I'm looking at the address in the bottom left corner. It's US download nvidia.com. International DCH WHQL. Notebook Win 10. That all looks believable. Get the latest GeForce. This is asking for my email address. How about, no, your driver download should be completed soon. If I click submit without putting an address in here, nope, that is just for that latest GeForce. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. What's the file name supposed to be? Doesn't tell us. I don't see any explanation there why it's not downloading. I'm going to, let's see, this is Google Chrome. I'm going to copy that URL.
Doug,
Go ahead.
I put a direct link to the file.
And you put a direct link to it? All right. Let's see. This says can't be downloaded securely. Delete, keep, copy, download link. Click keep. Can't be downloaded securely. I'm going to say keep anyway. I'm doing this now in Microsoft Edge instead of Google Chrome. And it looks like it showed me what the problem was. And here it did the download. I'll go to that folder, 39907. And I'm going to copy that. I think didn't I create a folder over here somehow for this computer? No.
But this is Windows 11, or is it Windows 10?
Looks to me
Windows
like
10.
Windows 10.
Yeah. Let's see, I'll put it here, and this is
Sorry, I have
okay,
But
I'm with.
Doc,
Yeah, go ahead, Catherine.
when I chose the MX 150 driver, yes, for Windows 10, I get another version number than Z put in the chat.
All right.
I put
Go ahead, Javi.
I put a direct.
All right.
I put a wrong link. Now I put the right link.
Oh, all right. And then Wintermute says, I get this for MX 150. Be careful, this may be harmful. That's YouTube. It won't even let me click go to site. Okay, I'll do a copy and paste. This is...
Yes, I get the same as Wintermute.
All right. Are yours different than what Javi has?
Yes, ours is different. It has the
All
newer.
right. So I'm gonna open both of them. Let's see. Copy link address. Switch over here. Paste that into the URL, and I still get this. So then I'll come back to Catherine's. Right click. Copy link address. Go to a new tab in the browser, Control V, paste. There we go. And then is this the same one as, let's see, Catherine and Marty. Hello, Marty. Good to see you.
Yes,
Marty has the same.
Copy link address. If you guys haven't noticed it, I'm getting a little foggy in the head. All right, so there's those two, 5, 12, 15, identical. All right, so that's the same. And this was...
Doc, can I say something?
Yeah.
You need to drink when you do these splits. And
oh,
let me finish. I do not mean the alcohol variety. Yes, I mean water, non-alcohol, so that your brain can stay sharp.
Have you not seen me drinking water?
You may need to drink more, like
more.
Yes,
I
more.
see. Well, and I just discovered that I haven't been on the right button for this amount of time, so people haven't seen where I'm at. And now I'm trying to remember which is the right button. It's this one. And turn on the picture-in-picture. And I can't turn on the Zoom people in chat right now because it's going to get that window effect in the upper left corner. Think, will it? Oh, no. Oh, that is stable now. Sorry. All right. So then I'm at downloading this display driver.
Yes.
I think I probably already clicked it. I think I already downloaded it. But here we get it again. And then show in folder. Here it says unconfirmed download because it's not done yet. In the bottom left corner, it's still counting through the download numbers. It says 14 seconds left. And that is what I'm actually broadcasting over the video. Okay. And then I'll refresh this page, and there it is. So we're expecting this to be the display driver. So I'm going to need to copy that to the memory stick, but I'm going to first put it into this folder where I'm collecting things for Clark. Right click and paste. Then,
Doug,
yes, Sivi.
before installing Wintermute, find a newer driver.
Wintermute found a newer driver.
Yes.
Now this is we're getting this from NVIDIA's site, not from HP's site.
No, from NVIDIA.
Yeah, I'm not real comfortable with getting it from NVIDIA's because this is an HP computer.
But
HP computer, and
But we are downloading now.
You downloaded the HP driver and it didn't want to work.
I haven't tried it yet. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I downloaded the HP driver. I told you I'm getting foggy. I downloaded the HP driver and tried to install it, and it failed to install. Correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. I'm just staring at the screen now. How long have we been doing this? What do we got? Oh, are you kidding me? 4 hours and 40 minutes? Oh, good grief. All right, so I need to... Did I already put it on the thumb drive? No, because the thumb drive's not even attached to the computer yet.
You downloaded it to the C drive or something like that.
Right. I am almost reaching the past the extent of my functionality mentally. All right, so now put this in Big Beast build. My sentiments exactly whoever just gave that big sigh. All right, so it's there, and then I'll go bring that back up on screen here. And what's this driver? 399.07 notebook international. This is the one that we just downloaded. That was the other one that I did that failed to install, right?
It's the HP.
Display driver from NVIDIA.
That is 399 version is the older version from C3.
All right. Right click and copy. And then scroll down to the thumb drive, HP Tools, right click, paste. I know what I haven't done in a while. I'm going to go look at chat. Why are you installing old NVIDIA driver? Because the current one wouldn't install. Excuse my ignorance, why are you downloading and installing NVIDIA driver when there is no NVIDIA device? There is. There is an NVIDIA device in here. It's not showing up now because we prevented that driver from Windows Update from installing that driver. That NVIDIA driver is not downloading for me too, says Dan. That may have been the causes of freezes, bad NVIDIA driver. That's where Shavik gave us that link. Is internet connected or Windows Update disabled. Internet is not connected, so we're not going to be getting an update. And then what is today's problem? I don't know if you've caught up with us yet, Aliaj.
Yeah, what's up, Alan?
So then coming back down here, Bob Connors, excuse my ignorance, why you're downloading. Okay, I already answered that. Bob, you need to install a permanent light near the rear of BBB. All right. Well, what I did is I have a USB hub up here that used to be working, but recently I've been having some issues with USB ports. William, you're drunk from that laptop. Sometimes you're better off walking away and going back later. Almost 5 hours on one thing can drive you crazy. You're right on, William. That's why I said a little while ago, I think we're just about to end this when I thought we were at a potential solution. Actually, we kind of are now, because we have the computer booted once we did those last two things we did, whatever they were. Let's see. Londog, Brightech09 showed us a tool for locating missing drivers and installing them. You know, in past, using these tools would download a bunch of crap potentially. Yeah, I don't like those driver downloading tools. Planning on buying a new laptop when I have money, from Sam. Londog, your machine, but I look at this tool and it seems honest and legit. Brightech recommends it. No, I'm not going to go for that at this point, Londog. If you'd like to send it to me in an email, or it's DougBetts at LiveWindowsTraining.com. So you can see me in orange there. Live Windows Training. No, wait a minute. That's not the email address. All right, here it is. Here's the email address if you don't have that already, Londog. I've not been impressed with any third-party driver install tools, but I'll take a look at it. I do have respect for Brightech. All right. Now, see, here's the thing. I'm trying to get back to where I was at. I'm forgetting where I was at. I did eject. I ejected the USB, and I need to go over and pull it out, right?
Yes, you need to put the USB in the HP.
Yeah. Somebody just doorbelled.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, I'm back. I had to go to the store. That's why I had to leave.
Okay.
I'm driving.
Okay, Chris. All right. Thanks for coming back. Then let's go. Londog says, same here. Been very, very scary tools used in the past. I'll try to get you the Brightech 9 video. It was done recently. Sam says, I tried IO-bit driver installer, then my Logitech mouse becomes generic USB mouse. I'd really rather use the manufacturer's drivers. I don't feel like we've come to a dead end with that. Yeah, I would only use those when we really get into a bind. All right, now come over to the computer. I'm feeling it's kind of safe right now for me to try the capture device, see if I can bring this up on screen properly. Now I'm going to punch a button over to that capture device and see if we get it. I have to do a reset of that capture device sometimes. Oh, no, it's the problem is I got to send something out through that port. Nope, your PC can't project to another screen. Oh, we don't have display driver installed for the computer, so that's not going to work. All right, now go to the thumb drive. Comes up as the H drive. I keep trying to use the touchpad. It won't click.
Jim, you can say it because it's the honest description.
Jim in chat is saying, somebody remind me why I shouldn't say HP equals horrible product. Bob Connors also prefers to download from the manufacturer's website. All right, moving on. Let's see. That was a BIOS update F24 in NVIDIA driver. We're trying to go for the NVIDIA driver now, right?
Yes.
All right. Right click and run as administrator. What am I broadcasting? That is okay, Zoom. That's the camera. All right. Still got a wait indicator. There we go. User account control answering yes. And then click next. Accept the driver license agreement. Click next. It's going to save the files in SW setup, and then it's got a folder name for the service. Yes?
This is the HP driver.
This is an HP driver.
Not the NVIDIA. From NVIDIA.
Is it an HP driver for the NVIDIA adapter?
No. You tried that before. This is not the driver.
Yeah. Yes, this is the driver that you installed that didn't work.
Oh,
that's what
all right.
it means.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for catching that. So what am I trying to install now? Which one of these?
You tried to...
The green one.
The green one. All right. You're understanding how foggy my mind is now by just giving me colors instead of words. Yeah, okay, there it is. At the end of the file name, I put in display driver from NVIDIA. Okay. Good catch. Right click and run as administrator.
Make the window small so we can see what is coming up at the back.
Make the window small?
Yes, this window that you run the... This window that is on the screen.
Oh, okay, the File Explorer window.
Yes.
All right. So, like, minimize it?
Yes.
Oh. It's not. Okay. It wasn't working because I think it was trying to come up with user account control. So here's user account control answering yes. And then it's got an extraction path. And it's probably, it's going directly into the root of the C drive in an NVIDIA folder. The rest of the description, 512.15 / Windows 11 _ Windows 10. So it works for both versions. International.
Yes.
This is an international package. All right, clicking OK. A couple comments from Sam and one from Dennis. When I go and buy a computer for a client, it's never HP. I hate HP. And Sam also says, I will support HP if they already have the computer. And then Dennis says, you had just downloaded the older NVIDIA driver when I asked that old driver question. You have the latest one now. There was one driver that we were going to take. Was it the BIOS driver that the most recent one wouldn't install?
Yes, BIOS would not install, and also the HP MX 150 would also not install. But you can choose here custom or.
Okay, this choice we have here is NVIDIA graphics driver and GeForce Experience, or just the NVIDIA graphics driver?
You can just use the driver because the experience you need an account for, and they want to sniff around in your PC.
That's
so because it's not your PC, if you don't install experience, you install a problem less that you later on need to fix.
Yeah, I'm in agreement.
Good.
Huh. All right, so choosing agree and continue.
Yes, put agree.
And then express or custom.
Custom,
okay.
Because Express installs everything and you don't want everything.
Yeah, oftentimes custom gives you choices to unselect some extra fluff. So here we're seeing the list of things that it's going to do. The first one is, it has a check mark, it's grayed out graphics driver. That's just basic.
It needs it.
Required, needs it. And then there's NVIDIA GeForce, which is already unselected. And then there's PhysX system software.
Okay.
I think the PhysX is needed. Can it even? Oh, it can be unclicked. I know I've come across that name before, but I don't know it. I'm inclined to do their two default choices.
You can leave the PhysX in.
Leave PhysX in.
That's what I do.
Okay, and I'm going to read this exclamation mark that's down here. It's really hard to read, even in person here. A clean installation restores all NVIDIA settings to the default value and removes any profiles you have created. That's fine. So there's a check mark here for clean install. So I'll do that. Agreed?
Check it. Yes.
All right. So there we go. Clicking next. While that's running, I'm looking at chat. I'll leave that screen on camera. Mortant on the side of always choosing custom on any software you install, and I do that and agree with that. Almost all cases. There's a couple of exceptions where I know the standard install of that software is fine for my purposes, and but otherwise I always look at custom. Wintermute says PhysX is used in some games. Is the owner a gamer? Not really concerned about that. This is all troubleshooting mode. I'm hoping the possibility is very high in my mind that we may find the solution for this where I can restore his original image and it will be fine. Because the same symptom the owner was having with his current image, I'm still having that same symptom on a fresh install of Windows. So I'm thinking we can probably fix the underlying problem and restore his image.
So it wants to finish.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
I was still looking at chat. So we've got 2 items show as installed, and the GeForce Experience is shown as not selected, which is true. So I'll click close. My brain is totally dingy. What do we want to do next?
Yes, now it's 6 o'clock in the night. here in Colombia.
Yeah.
My
Well,
brother-
I'm very much ready to end this live
Yes.
stream.
Because now we have success.
Yeah, and I will work with the computer over time, you know, exercising it, being sure that it's stable.
Yes.
And then if it is stable? We never did get the BIOS update, right? We were going to go for an intermediate BIOS update, but we never did actually install that. So we still have the original BIOS. So what have we done that's any different than the original operating of the computer?
DDU.
Huh?
What's going on?
He's putting the rest of the popper in there now.
Oh, next time, Josh, don't do anything that are 3 years ahead of time. Okay?
Okay, I've got Josh muted. Yeah, get
Sorry,
back
guys.
here. All right, thank you. Then, so Catherine, you were just saying, oh, I was asking about the BIOS. We haven't installed that intermediate BIOS. Didn't we take an intermediate BIOS?
We didn't. But you asked what we did different than it was before. And I said we did use DDU to
Oh, yes, we use DDU.
uninstall the NVIDIA and the Intel driver completely.
All right.
This is what we did.
So if the computer is stable now, then perhaps restoring the original image and using DDU might be a path to getting a stable computer?
Yes, also check in the optional, once you try the Windows updates again, also check in the advanced option for optional drivers and apply them.
Yeah, I did do that in the original installation, but of course now we are after the DDU. But I did try that previously during the week when or after last Saturday's session, and it didn't solve it. But still, that's on the plate. All right.
You might want to do that.
Yes,
when I'm suggesting that after the installing of the NVIDIA driver, reboot the machine. Then, if everything is all right, update the BIOS through the Windows.
Through the Windows. Update the BIOS through Windows. Is that what you said?
Yes. After reboot and everything is okay.
All right.
Without the Intel driver, it's okay.
Without the what driver?
Intel.
Intel driver. Okay, without the Intel graphics driver.
Also.
Okay. All right. So first, what you were saying there, Zavi, as a path forward is to restart the computer now and see if it's stable. Yes?
Yes.
Catherine, did I pick that up from you? Saying something, then following it up with the word yes?
Yes, I agree with Sweet.
All right. All right, here we go.
Or do I need to ask for permission to agree with him first?
No, that's a no-brainer.
Okay.
So here we go with the restart.
Yes.
And I'm just reading chat here. You got an interesting picture-in-picture of me now. That's a reflection in the laptop screen, if you didn't realize it. Lawn Dog, at this time, do we have a machine we think is stable? If we do, it's time to do Microsoft updates, even the optional updates. I think it's too early to really say it's stable because we've just freshly done a couple fixes. Bob, if you think you're getting foggy, imagine how I feel. I've been working since 1:30 p.m. yesterday. Yeah, I understand that. And then Dennis, which is DDT 2005. The question now is, does the new driver work without the computer freezing? I agree. I think I'm somewhere along the line, I'm getting ready to end this live stream, and so that I can just try using the computer for a period of time.
Yes.
Doug,
Okay, let's take Josh.
are you gonna? Can we put the popper on my laptop before you get off the air?
Yeah, we can do that. Okay, so then here, can I bring this up on screen now? Let's try this again over here. Well, no, I got to do. So we're not connected to the internet and cannot project to another screen yet. So that's still not ready. And connect to the internet and try updates, or tinker around with a while to see if it's stable. I'm serious, people. I am forgetting what we just discussed.
I suggest to update the BIOS.
Update the BIOS, and by connecting to the internet.
No, with the file you have.
Oh, with what I have on the thumb drive?
You have it in the... Yes. See.
Oh, I just lost my headset. Ran out of battery on my headset. You switched over to my speakers, so there's going to be some echoing when people in Zoom are talking. So then going to the H drive and the BIOS update. Here's the BIOS F24.
No, you have to search to 33.
Search what?
F33.
We had that discussion. When he tried it before, it didn't give him the option of updating.
In the safe mode.
Well, yeah, in the safe mode, yeah.
And we can try now with not safe mode.
Okay.
All right, I'm game.
All right, so tell me that key sequence again.
What key sequence?
How are you wanting me to install this BIOS update if I'm not going to connect to the internet and I'm not going to do it off the USB drive?
You have downloaded the F33 on the BBB.
I downloaded it on the Big Beast build.
It also, I think it's in the HP also.
In the HP. Well, let me go poking around here and see what we've got in here. Here's BIOS update. And I think this is the one that failed to update.
Yeah.
And current new it. We never did find an executable in here though.
But on the USB you have the file, the exec file.
See, there's speakers that I'm listening to. You're just coming through muffled.
You have the file in the USB.
Okay, so I'm looking at the USB stick now. I've got this BIOS F24. Is it that one?
No.
And then
You can try that one for now.
here's a BIOS update exe. This one was at 3:18 a.m.
That's it.
That's from August 26, 2021.
Yes, that's the file.
Okay, that's the one. I think so. That's not referring to the date that I put it on the memory stick. And run as administrator. Yeah, okay, that's 2020, because the other one was like 2018 or something like that. I tell you what, when we end this live stream, I'm going to get so far away from my computers. You just don't know. All right, here we got HP BIOS Update Utility. Clicking Next. And I've got fan speed coming up. Here's please select.
There you go. There you go. Update.
Update.
Yeah, baby.
Yep.
Next.
Warning, please make sure this PC is running on AC power. It is. Plug the AC adapter and click Next to proceed. Clicking Next. Copying the update. Hands off the computer.
Yes, finally it works.
Yes. This looks good.
Doug, it was a good achievement of us all, no?
Yeah. Particularly, especially if the computer is stable after this. Now, this BIOS update, it's possible if this BIOS update was the main culprit that I may restore the user's image and have a perfect running computer. The BIOS update was prepared successfully. Please restart this device to complete the update. Clicking Restart now. There it goes. And we expect to see some BIOS updating messages during this restart. That's usual.
Yes. And when it's you already checked with the crystal disk info and crystal disk pass for the hard drive?
Yeah, they reported both drives were good.
Okay.
And now I've got a solid cursor in the upper left. Nope, there it blinked. All right. Still working on it. Here we go. Important system BIOS update is available. Do not shut down or remove external power during the process. And it's got more information on that website. Apply update now or postpone or cancel. And then, whoops, I didn't even, it just went on without me clicking. There's probably a countdown timer that I didn't notice.
Yes, it said underneath it counted back.
All right. Oh, it did count down? All right.
Yes.
So I'll go over here and catch up in chat. Let's see. Kenny Whitten says Windows Update services are also turned off. Thanks for that reminder. Because I totally would not have remembered it. I tell you, my brain is totally fried. Forgive me for my explanation, but up to the point of the account, you're using basic drivers. I think there's some chit-chat going on there. Run a GPU benchmark on there and in the stream, update us later with a video. Okay, and isn't there a BIOS update feature in the BIOS itself? No, not in the version that's on this computer currently. It had no option for updating. It was an older BIOS than when they started doing that.
It'll be interesting to see if they now allow the option.
Yeah, yeah. Wintermute saying still need to put Intel graphics on. It will freeze after that. It's certainly possible. And he's got a funny face for that. And just triple clicking on the last comment. I don't quite understand what Madi's saying there. Don't touch. Oh yeah, don't touch the computer, of course. So I'll go back and show you that I'm not touching the computer. Actually, I guess you can't tell that I'm not touching it, but I'm not. Yeah, you see my hands, I guess, in the reflection, kind of a praying posture.
Yeah, that's early 90s. You prayed when you updated the BIOS.
Yeah. I've never had one fail, but it happens. Yeah, Madi clarifies no touching. Gotcha, Marty. And Alia's got a laugh out of that. %83.
It's nearly done.
Lawn dog making a pitch for check disk. Command line to fix and repair loss change in clusters. Look for bad sectors. I know you ran some disk checking tools, but loss change in clusters are common in Windows. Well, with this being a fresh format and fresh install, we would be creating some loss clusters each time that I've had to hold down the power button and restart. Alias in all caps, hands off PC when you update the BIOS. Oh, it moved on to another step. This is verifying new BIOS image. William Dawson says the owner of the laptop may have Windows 11 offer in the future now. Yeah, he's already had that offer. I told him to decline it for now. Winter muted takes hours with /R. He's referring to Lawn Dog's comment about check disk. See what we got here. I haven't been watching the screen. Upon restarting, the screen may be blank for a few minutes. It's counting down 7 seconds and counting. Various LED flash lights may flash. Please do not attempt to interrupt or power down during this time, even if the chat room really, really wants you to.
No, we don't. We want you to do it correctly.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, it's BIOS update can have multiple restarts. I'm going to move the camera away a little bit so you have a little better comprehension of that we're looking at a screen. So that says flashing boot block, and it completed that.
Yeah,
I guess this is a picture-in-picture when you consider my reflection in the screen.
Yes, please.
Almost looks like my laptop.
Yeah. Well, I have spoken of this client before, and I have his permission to use his computers on my videos. And he's the chiropractor, and his dad had John Ed Clark has been on videos with me with his camera on. His son, Greg Clark, has not been on camera with me, but I've spoken about the chiropractic office, and that's almost always been him.
It looks like it's doing another BIOS update.
Well, it's the next step in the BIOS update. So Cypress PD firmware is updating. The update will take a few minutes to complete. Do not shut down or remove external power from your computer during the process. Right device firmware image, block 29 of 230, progress 13%. So it told us that there may be a few reboots and also information screens along the way.
Pizza and beer. Yes, sounds like a plan.
Well, I was going to go prepare for my show, but I'm going to postpone that now until 10 o'clock tonight since Doug's on a marathon.
Hello, Ken Stout. Boy, have you been here? Oh, you've been here. I kind of thought you'd been in for a while because I haven't heard a doorbell recently.
I had to take Mrs. K to work, and then I was watching on my phone, waiting on my brother, and then I just got in. But tonight's show will be delayed till at least 10 o'clock.
All right. Well,
Thank you for that public service announcement.
Maybe you didn't hear the part about near the start. I demonstrated creating a link, a favorite or bookmark or a desktop icon for clicking straight into your live stream.
I did, and I suggested we demonstrate that, which you should have done, by the way. It wouldn't have taken 5 hours to do
Oh,
that.
you did.
But
Yeah, you
you
did.
neglected not to do that.
Thank
Yeah.
You know I'm kidding. You know I'm kidding, right?
I do.
Thank
I
you
do.
for making Zoom more acceptable for me, by the way.
Yes, you're welcome. And Ken, part of that also would be for you to schedule your live streams in advance. You don't have to start them at the time that you scheduled them for, but if you schedule them in advance, people can click on that icon to go to your live stream and just let that window sit open. And once you start talking, they'll just hear it. It's really
That
kind
is
of
true. I've had issues doing that in the past, and I try to avoid scheduling them.
Oh, all right.
I might want to get with you and see if we can figure out what I'm doing wrong.
Yeah, that sounds worthwhile. So it's still doing more. I think this progress graph has gone through more than once. Keep looking away. So now we have Cypress PD firmware. Isn't that a different name than I read the first time?
I believe so.
I don't think it was Cypress last time. Do not shut down and
No,
write.
it was inside.
It was inside? Okay.
Yes, the last was inside, and this is working, so this is correct.
All right. Got it. Marty UL, $5. Thank you, Marty. Oh, yes, there's echo in Zoom now because my headset wore out. The battery wore out. I guess 5 hours is too long for the poor battery.
Doug?
Yeah.
I left for a little while. Could you please give me the really short version of what finally worked to get the BIOS update to work?
I could if I remembered. Somebody else want to give the rundown?
Well, I don't think the BIOS update would have. I think the BIOS update relies on you not being in safe mode because when you first ran the executable, or not first, when you just last ran that executable, you got an error message. The previous time, the first time you tried to do the BIOS update, you got that error message.
Yeah, about locked. It said it was locked.
Said it was locked, but you didn't get that error message now that you're in regular mode.
Yeah, I think you're probably right on that. That was
so it probably needed to be in normal mode.
Yeah. I think
but
that
you
makes
wasn't
sense.
able to get into normal mode before because of the display driver, so you had to run the display driver uninstaller program.
Yeah, we couldn't get a stable startup in normal mode. So then in safe mode, we did that DDU to uninstall the display drivers. I think that was in safe mode. All right. I think that's enough of a quick review.
Yeah, that's enough.
And our real priority here is to get me off of this live stream because my brain is just going fried.
Okay, log on to the website.
I didn't catch that, Josh.
I logged on to the website for you to put the passcode in.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So here's the computer is booted. I'm going to jump onto that right now with Josh to get his computer connected, and that way we've got this computer up and running for a little bit. Should I start the updates running on it? You guys want me to do that?
I'd be interested to see what happens.
Yeah. You know what? Before we do that, sorry, Josh, I'm putting you off again.
Yeah, it's fine.
System info 32. Is that right? No, it's not right. I'm typing it wrong. MS info 32. No, I'm telling you, I'm just dingy. Oh, does the capture device work yet? No. So I'm looking here to see, yeah, we've got the BIOS version is inside F.33.
It's good, now it's updated.
Yeah. And actually the intermediate one that we were looking to go for at one point that I downloaded was F.24. So we actually did go all the way to the most recent BIOS. All right. And then, yeah, should be.
Before you update the Windows, download the Intel Assist.
Intel Assist?
Yes, and update the driver from Intel.
All right.
The device support the system of Intel. I doubt that it will work because it's like an 8th gen CPU. So after some point, they stop it to work. Because I have a 7th gen CPU and mine does not work anymore.
All right. I'm thinking my brain's too far fried for me to want to go much further with this or trust myself with it. And I'd like to get an image backup of this as it is right now so that I can go forward by increments. And if I get it all messed up again, I can go back to this image that we have right here. So I'm going to stop doing things to it right here. I think this is a reasonable place to just stop. And I'm not going to do Windows Update Services yet either. I'm going to do an image before I do that. I just saw that from Kenny. Okay, so that'll be it. So I'm going to switch gears to get Josh's remote connection back in place. And I'll do that with this button. And then this keyboard go to... so Josh, I can send you a link by email to click on, or we can have you go to the logmein123.com website and you put in...
I'm already at the LogMeIn.
You're at the LogMeIn. Okay. Very good. And you said that before. And I'm going to click on the pin code tab and then click the create pin code. So your code is 537723.
5, 3,
7,
7,
7,
7,
2,
2,
3.
3.
I'll drag this window down a little bit. We'll see Josh is showing up here. There it says customers. So then I can close this window. We're expecting to hear a doorbell or a ding. For those who aren't aware, what we're doing now is setting up Josh's computer so that I can connect remotely unattended. That's easier for him. He has a physical disability, and it just makes it easier for us to work on the issues with this computer. So then I click right mouse click and then left click on start. This will just take a couple minutes. That's what he said last time.
If Alex messes it up, you can fix it, Doug.
All right.
Yep. That's the full intention.
So then I clicked remote desktop. So now you have to click on a button on your side, Josh.
If Josh messes it up, I'll fix it.
All right.
You shouldn't have to fix it, but if you do, it'll be after I fix it. So I'll probably be the one initiating the connection.
And let me remind both of you and the rest of the people that I do free computer support when I am able to create what I think to be an interesting video. So that doesn't mean that I'm here for every little glitch that you come across. So here I've clicked on indefinitely for the unattended remote. So I'll click request unattended access, come back to the desktop, click OK on this about allowing this indefinitely. I'm going to minimize this window and minimize this window. And then one more thing that I want to do here is I go to calling card and click on this install calling card. And then I'll go back to the desktop, and DougBetts would like to deploy the rescue calling card. I'll click OK there. And what that does is it puts an icon on the desktop called DougBetts Remote, And that is a method that the end user, such as Josh, could double click on to initiate a remote session. So if the unattended access gets broken, and that happens sometimes, he could double click on this and that would establish or initiate a remote control session. Okay, that's it. We're done with that for Josh. He already told me he doesn't have any issues for us to deal with today. And if he did tell me that now, I would say, nope, not doing it today.
Yeah.
I'm beat.
That's what he asked me for, Doug.
Yeah. So, and thank you for being there for him, Alex. But I'll just put in another word. I hope you're not neglecting your job search. I hope you're still on that.
I'm not. I'm still trying to find something, but it's just slow.
All right. Have you looked into cybersecurity is just a booming industry now. I don't think you quite have the education for that yet.
No, I took one cybersecurity class in college, and that's not something that I'm really that interested in.
Oh, you're not interested in it. All right. Into that conversation.
Well, part of that is because my instructor for cybersecurity class has a master's degree in cybersecurity, and so he made us write like every kind of paper under the sun about it, and I'm just not into it.
Burnt out on security? Are you just burnt out?
I would rather do IT work like you do.
All right. Okay, so let me get this all wrapped up and ended. The computer is at the desktop, and I'm just going to go ahead and wind down the end stream. Oh my gosh, Doug, you need to get off of this live stream.
Doug and everybody in the phone, good night.
Good night, Javi. Thank you for hanging out with us. You have to turn on Windows Update Server. Nothing else in orange in the chat room. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for the contributions. Sam Lazar did cybersecurity last year at university. Great. That's goodbye, everybody in Zoom. Please say goodbye to the audience, and we'll.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. See ya.
Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you, Doug, for the stream.
You're welcome. All right, so I'm going to go hit the, if I can figure out which mouse to use.
Goodbye, everybody in the stream.
All right.
Yes, see ya.
Did everybody say good night? John Boy?
Yep. Okay, I say until later.
Good night, Mary.
Good
Good night, Gracie.
Bye, Doug.
Bye.
Talk to you in a minute, Josh.
Ending meeting.
See you later, Ken.
3, 2, 1, click. All right. There's the email address. If you'd like to request a free support session, I'd only offer those for situations where I can create what I think will be an interesting video on my channel. Some people are asking technical questions or asking for help in the comments under videos. I don't do tech support in the comment section, not at all. You need to come on to a live stream or send me an email to that address below, and we can set up a live stream or a private recording session, provided that I can publish the video later. That's the way free support works around here. It is a part of my business. I've never made any bones about that or hidden that at all. This is intended to become a revenue generating portion of my business. So that's it. I hope you all have a great day, and hope that was useful. Catch you later. Goodbye.